proceed for the breakfast.
We all are moving for breakfast.
Yes, all kindly proceed for the breakfast.
हाँ सोता है ये डायरी अंदर ही रख दो ना उसको अंदर रख दो ऐसे ही चैन खोल दो ऊपर की लेंस को
थोड़ा सा साउंड चला क्योंकि लाइट जा रहा है ना लाइट
नहीं नहीं आप ब्रेकफास्ट कर लीजिए, No, I'll just go.
नहीं तो गूगल मीट पर उसमें कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा है, मुझे काफ़ी स्लो चल रहा है।
क्योंकि वो अवार्ड्स में लॉगिन है तो वो तो उसी से चालू होगा। मैं अपना वहाँ से मैं भी लॉगिन करती हूँ, मैं भी वहाँ से लॉगिन करती हूँ, लेकिन वाईफाई में चाहिए ही होगा ना।
और
नहीं
उसके अलावा इसमें प्रेजेंटेशन भी कनेक्ट करके रखना है।
हाँ तो फिर वही लगाना पड़ेगा।
हाँ तो एक सेकंड मैं अपना डिवाइस ही चेंज कर देती हूँ।
नहीं रुको एक मिनट, लेकिन इंटरनेट तो तुम्हें चाहिए ही होगा ना।
हाँ हाँ
तुम अवार्ड्स वाले में लॉगिन कर लो क्योंकि मेरा सब कुछ इसी में है। अब हम यहाँ से आगे से इतने टाइम देखेंगे।
अच्छा ही दिखेगा।
हेलो हेलो, हाँ जी राज, तुम्हारी आवाज़ नहीं आ रही। अब आई है। कल क्या टाइम है? अब यार मैं लेट हो जाऊँगा थोड़ा, ये शादी है ना रात को मेरे को। कितना बजे चाहिए? शादी नींद पूरी नहीं होगी, हालत खराब हो जाएगी। सारा नाइट ही चल रहा है, डे भी है, आज दिन में भी है, कल भी आ रहा है, परसों की सुबह शाम। एडजस्टमेंट हो जाएगा कुछ, ये तो फिर आई जाना, एडजस्टमेंट हो जाएगा कुछ। हो जाएगा ठीक है। मेरे को रात की शादी है, फिर कल तक की शादी है, दिन का नहीं है। मतलब पहले वो कहाँ पे चाहिए वो पहले वो कहाँ पे रखना एक दो अरे एक्टिविटीज क्या है वो तो पता करना एक्टिविटी मैंने नहीं कर रही ना उसमें होगा चलेगा ठीक है मैं बता देता हूँ
सर ये जो हमारे चीज़ है इसमें बस ये करना है।
वीडियो को
ये वाला
संदीप की भी फोटो लेके रखिएगा ना संदीप को देंगे
वीडियो को सबमिट कर दो कह रही थी रिफ्रेश करना तो बता दे
चाय पीनी
हाँ मीनाक्षी बस कह रही है पुलिस बुला रही हूँ मीनाक्षी कह रही है पुलिस बुला रही है मेरे से वीडियो भेजी किसी ने बहुत बढ़िया अरे पीछे यार सारा इम्पोर्टेंट वो एग्जाम अच्छी नहीं ग्रुप पर
तेरी बारी है।
अच्छा यहाँ जो बैठेगा ना बिल्कुल भी साइलेंट होगा।
अच्छा ये रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है।
हाँ ये लाइव यूट्यूब में लाइव जाएगा।
ये लाइव जाएगा भाई।
जा ही रहा है,
चुप
जा ही रहा है। किधर हो गया? तो आपको बड़ी दूर तक जो भी बोलोगे सारी बात सुनाई देगी, नहीं तो फिर कहीं और बैठ जाओगे। थोड़ा ऐसे बैठिए।
Very warm morning wishes to all from me, Divya Gupta, Assistant Professor at Jagannath International Management School, Vasantganj. I request all present here to kindly put their phones on silent mode, please. Vande Mataram to all present here today at IIT Delhi for the International Conference on Future Innovations and Sustainable Development for Asian Countries by the Sustainable India, an initiative of Sri Aurobindo Yoga and Knowledge Foundation, an event to recognize contributions of professors and researchers towards mankind by the progress. When the mind is still, then truth gets a chance to be heard in the purity of the silence. Let us all first close our eyes to meditate in the divine music and let her light enter our soul. I request all wearing their spectacles to take them off, please.
Close the door.
choice of its destiny. A stage has been reached in which the human mind has achieved, in certain directions, an enormous development, while in others it stands arrested and bewildered and can no longer find its way.
Look at man, the thinker, lost in his thoughts. This is humanity today, facing a tremendous crisis. Reason and science can only help by standardizing, by fixing everything into an artificially arranged, mechanized unity of material life. The problems created by the power of thought cannot be resolved by more thinking. It is in inner silence that a greater consciousness dawns.
Our human knowledge is a candle burnt on a dim altar to a sun-vast truth.
This sun-vast truth is dawning upon Earth as the next step in Earth's evolution, and the human crisis is a veiled drama of its manifestation. Sri Aurobindo calls this greater consciousness the supermind.
The central fact, the essential and cardinal significance of the evolution is not development and perfection of the outer and instrumental form, but the development and increasing perfection of consciousness. Reason is not the last word, nor the reasoning animal the supreme figure of nature. As man emerged out of the animal, so out of man the Superman emerged, is the next approaching achievement in the Earth's evolution. It is inevitable because it is at once the intention of the inner spirit and the logic of nature's process. It is only the full emergence of the soul, the full descent of the native light and power of the spirit, and the consequent replacement or transformation and uplifting of our insufficient mental and vital nature by a spiritual and supramental supernature that can effect this evolutionary miracle.
Sri Aurobindo and the Mother called this process of transformation integral yoga.
I call upon the dais Indrani D, founder trustee of the foundation, to introduce you all to the mission and vision of Sri Aurobindo Yoga and Knowledge Foundation.
Vande Mataram, dear friends. Thank you, Divya, for taking out the time to come up because she is doing her PhD classes and lot of work she do have, but still she took up the time to come up and start up the program. That is, we are grateful to her. Thank you. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityor ma amritam gamaya. A beautiful shlok, the first thing that we read, learn when we enter a school. That is our mental being then when we start our studies. But how many of you we understand that what is this asatoma sadgamaya? How I can go in this sat road? How I can choose the path of sat? So only in silence. So that is where Sri Aurobindo's yoga enters. That how you can go in this sat. Why we don't call a crowd to come up and understand Sri Aurobindo's yoga? Because the energy will fall. More crowd, more energy will enter in this room and more distraction will be there. Less crowd, beautiful energies, and then the absorbent will be 100%. So try, this is an opportunity for all of us, including me, because still we are learning. Still we are in the process of learning, understanding Sri Aurobindo's yoga, that how in our work we can bring Sri Aurobindo's yoga. As he always says that all life is yoga. All life is yoga. How I can bring all life is yoga? When it is said that 21st June is a World Yoga Day. Then what is this? What is this differ from that 21st June Yoga Day? India is a spiritual land. It is not only a Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga is only 2% of the yoga. The other yogas, that is Rishi Raman, Maharshi Sri Aurobindo, they have brought in this land. That is the beauty of this yoga. So you have to understand how to bring that yoga in your life. You all are studying, we all are working in any of the places. So how this yoga can be brought in our life, day-to-day life. I'll share a small story with you all. You all know Kauravas and Pandavas story. We all know. And among them, we know Arjun, Bhim. These are common names and there are very beautiful stories that touch our heart and we enjoy also. Among them, a beautiful story about Yudhishthira when he was very young. That once I heard that he went to school. You know very well, on those days people used to, Kumars used to go to the Gurukuls for their studies. So he accompanied along his brothers, these Kauravas 100 and then his own 5. He went to school for their studies. The first lesson was given by Guru Dronacharya was Sada Satya Bolo. Sada Satya Bolo. He could not do the work on the first day. Guru thought he is a very noble person. I should excuse him. Maybe he is busy with his brothers because they are also very small, maybe taking care of his brothers. So he excused him. Next day also he repeated the same. He didn't do his homework that was given. Sada Satya Bol. He has to write that. He could not write that also. 3rd day, 4th day, 5th day, 6th day. Now he became very irritated. He said that why again and again I have to repeat that, you have to complete this homework and then you have to come to school. What else you are doing? Then he said one thing, that unless and until I practice that, how can I write Sada Satya Bol? So practice is important. That is more important. Even if you are learning one small things, we look into the videos, we watch videos, we see, grasp many things. Only what? For what? To preach others. We are in a hurry to preach others. Yeah, मैंने ये video देखा. Just this I'm sharing with you, and there are arguments going on. How many of you keep silent? Understand one single line in their whole life. So that learning one single line in our whole life will bring supramental manifestation in this world. So for that, you have to do one thing in your life. What is that?
Sada
Sada, practice so you have to do. That is it. So,
Sada Satya bolo.
Sada Satya bolo, practice so you have to do. So what is your goal in your life? What you wanted to achieve in our life? Everyone.
Peace.
Happiness.
Peace.
Happiness. Peace तो if I ask you, happiness चाहिए रहता है. Saturday, Sunday you should be happy. Then also you get energy for Monday. So whatever happiness we are gaining, that is happiness, not Ananda. Remember, our country is known for Ananda. Because we are a spiritual land. We are not material bodies. That we are only searching for happiness. So for that, first step is your Gyan Yoga. What you are doing. We all are doing it, performing into Gyan Yoga. So in Kali Yuga, the first step towards integral yoga is Gyan Yoga. Proper Gyan should be taken. Proper knowledge should be taken. That's why people think that spiritual organization, why they are doing with what they are doing with international conferences in technology and other departments. The reason behind it is we are opening the closed flower, the lotus flower in you, which will manifest only the beauty in you. That's why when you see the Dalai Lama's face, you find the immense beauty in his face. When you see Mother Teresa's face, you find immense beauty in her smile. Even smile, lot many treatments are there, smile treatments, lot many treatments are there, but still they don't look so beautiful as these people look. Because they practice Ananda in themselves. And how to practice Ananda in ourselves? Only when you go for knowledge. Even Swami Vivekananda said, don't strive for happiness in your life. You will not get. Only strive for knowledge. So once you strive for knowledge, now there is a limit for your mental being to acquire knowledge. The second part is to surrender yourself to the divine. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Ma karma phal hetu bhute mate sangotsu karmani. Only karma karna hai. That also you have to understand that what is karma. People will think, "Arey, मैं तो murder कर दूंगा, निकल जाऊंगा." So you have to understand you have quality of karma that you are choosing in your life. So that brings the spiritual organization in the platform parallel to the scientific approaches in the life. Whatever research, innovation, studies you are doing, it is a welfare for your country. That's why we say Vande Mataram. This is our land, Bharat Mata. Do we working for her? Do we devoting our life for her? That you have to check yourself. So first thing is, in our life, what we have to do? Acquire land knowledge throughout our life. Second is to surrender. Surrender our work, offer our work, whatever means you can select your guru and you can surrender. Once you surrender, you have to have a faith. That is the base of it. Without faith, you can't surrender. है ना? आप कूद गए, नीचे दोस्त को बोले, भाई होल्ड करना मुझे. You are surrendering to your friend, but if you don't have faith, then you will find support while before jumping. So you should have faith also. That is the base of everything. So first is the knowledge, then is surrender, and above surrender there should be faith. And then all these things, when it brings a circle, then what will happen? You will be in Ananda. Even you don't go to a movie, even you don't go for a mall, you will be in Ananda. You will be happy. So that is our goal. And money is the byproduct of happiness. Money is the byproduct of knowledge. You don't have to acquire that. You don't have to run for that. Byproduct के लिए run करोगे तो कैसे करोगे? If I run for खाद, मजा आएगा? I have to run for gobar. I have to run for gobar because that is main thing. cow पालूंगी मैं, I'll have my own cow, I'll have my own गोबर. So by product है, वो तो आना ही है, कहाँ जाएगा? So that is only integral yoga. You have to find out those things in your life. Practice that every day in your life. You walk, you sing, you move, you speak. Check yourself from the back. Are you that person? Are you changing day by day? Your height is changing, your figure is changing, your color is changing, your hairstyle is changing. Are you the same person? Are you thinking that yes, I am changing day by day? That you have to check. Supramental manifestation, the gurus, when they do tapasya, they'll bring in this land. That is not our duty to find out कि वो मैं कर रही हूँ कि नहीं. उतनी हिम्मत हमारे में अंदर है ही नहीं. You don't have to think. वो तो आके रहेगा. Like we bring vegetables and hand it over to our mother, she cooks. It is not our duty to think कि वो क्या cook कर रही है, कैसे कर रही है. She'll do it. It's her duty. So the manifestation will come by the divine grace. You don't have to worry about it. What we have to worry that when we have taken birth in this land, what for our duty is. What is our duty? That you have to understand. That you have to keep in mind. You don't have to ask, not even guide others. You only look into you. You are a different soul. Every person is a different soul. Or different mission we are here on. That mission should be completed by you. Thank you all of you. Thank you students, faculties, and Dhar sir, thank you for being the knowledge partner of this event. Thank you Ravind bhai, thank you. He's the director for, of course the profile will be read, but still all are close to me, that's why I'm honoring much. Means I'm saying hello to all of you from here only. He was the former director for Lal Bahadur Shastri colleges, and other students also from gyms, faculties also from gyms, and some volunteers also, and the awardees and the paper those who are going to present for today. Thank you. We do have from ashram also Meeta Di, who came. She came yesterday only, and I brought her here. Ki how you come up and do the flower decoration for today. Ved bhai, thank you for being here. And from Samadhan College, from all the way, we do have the Bhaiya also here. Thank you for being here. And Aarti, who started her work from long back, taking the bites for her radio. And that you have to understand that how you should enjoy the day. That is upon you all. That's why my talk was kept in the first. That you should open yourself, enjoy yourself, absorb yourself. Okay? Thank you and Vande Mataram to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Indranidhi, for enlightening us. I take this opportunity on behalf of Jagannath International Management School, Vasant Kunj, the knowledge partner of today's program of Sri Aurobindo Yoga and Knowledge Foundation, to welcome all the revered dignitaries and guests who have joined us today in different capacities. Seekers and felicitators from GIMS Vasant Kunj, headed by Director of the Institute, Dr. Ravi Kedhar, our co-organizer, Dr. C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur, represented by Dr. Rakesh Kumar Yadav, Dr. Satish Kumar Yadav. Our collaborators, MJ Group of Colleges, Bhilai, represented by Director Ma'am Dr. Srilekha Virulkar and Principal Dr. Anil Chaube. Samadhan College, Vimitra, represented by Director Dr. Avdesh Patel and Faculty Mr. Rajendra Kumar. Gracious Group of Colleges, Raipur, represented by Chairman Dr. Ashutosh Shukla. Janki College of Education, Raigarh, represented by Dr. Tripti Agrawal. I thank all of you for travelling and coming to IIT Delhi for gracing the event. Now I take the privilege to welcome our guests and guides for the day. Dr. Virendra K. Vijay, Professor IIT Delhi, IREDA Chair Professor, CRDT IIT Delhi. Mr. Rakesh Khatri, the Nest Man of India, Advisor, Sustainable India. Dr. Ravindra Kumar, former Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri Research Center. Dr. Ravi Kedhar, Director, Jagannath International Management School, Vasant Kunj. Dr. Samarendra Ghosh, founder, trustee, The Progress. Let us all come together to show our love towards the divine by offering flowers in the lotus feet. I request all the dignitaries, guests, and participants and volunteers to offer flowers in the lotus feet. Lotus feet.
Please come, all of you.
All of you, please join us.
मैं भैया एक्सक्यूज मी इधर इधर इसका हो गया
रूपं ज्योतिपरस्य धीमहि यन्न सत्तेन दीपयेत सत्तेन दीपयेत् ॐ तत्सविदुर्वरं रूपं ज्योतिपरस्य धीमहि यन्न सत्तेन दीपयेत सत्तेन दीपयेत् ॐ तत्सविदुर्वरं रूपं ज्योतिपरस्य धीमहि यन्न सत्तेन दीपयेत सत्तेन दीपयेत् ॐ आनन्दमयी चैतन्यमयी सत्यमयी परमे ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरविन्दाय नमः ॐ
मैम
I request all the dignitaries, guests, I request all the dignitaries to grace the dais. I request Dr. Aurobindo Ghosh, founder trustee of the Progress, to welcome our guests with a book, Selections from the Collected Works of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. I request Dr. Aurobindo Ghosh, founder trustee of the Progress, to welcome our guests with the book, Selections from the Collected Works of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. Thank you, sir. Dr. Samrendra Mohan Ghosh is founder trustee in Social Spiritual Research Organization, Sri Aurobindo India, Managing Director of National Development Initiative of Sri Aurobindo Foundation, that is Sustainable India, the Progress, Orogram, the Progress Journals.org. He is the chairman of Sri Aurobindo Society Bhilai Center. Professor at Dr. C.V. Raman University in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Bilaspur. A doctorate in Commerce Science and Engineering from Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University, Sir has over 22 years of experience in research, innovation, academics, startups, and consultancy services. A proud author of 5 books in the area of software engineering, research methodology, quality management systems, he has 9 scholars awarded PhD and 25 awarded MTech in computer science and engineering under his able guidance. He has provided consultancy to 25 higher education institutions on quality, sustainability, and best practices. He can be credited with regular conduct of international conferences across Asian countries on the topic of sustainable development related issues, mainly in Donburi University, Thailand, Kathmandu University, Nepal, National University, Singapore. He has been regularly conducting he has regularly conducted recognition events like Global Award Ceremony for Higher Educational Fraternity, Global Sustainable Award named Amritam for Sustainable Practitioners. He has done sustainable audit, academic and admin audit, green audit in more than 35 institutions across India. I request you, sir, to speak on the initiatives of the Progress and the Progress Global Awards.
Vande Mataram to all of you. So, first of all, I must present my gratitude to our masters, Aurobindo and the mother. We are thankful that we have our dignitaries like Ravi sir here, Ravindra sir here with us today for this event. And as our organization has already, they have mentioned that Sri Aurobindo Yoga Knowledge Foundation is basically an initiative of Sri Aurobindo philosophy, based on his philosophy. Why we are basically, and what we are doing basically is where I have to explain you, has been asked by the people. Though the background of mine is from the computer background, but basically we are working on this social spiritual organization from last 15 years. In last 15 years, what we have identified is in higher education specifically, the development of the students or the faculties is only to the materialistic approaches, to their physical mind only. But when we talk about the holistic development of the students, holistic development of the faculties, we talk about their spiritual development also. So the initiative what we are right now working with is basically focusing on the overall holistic development, and how this can be done is where we are practicing right now. Our initiatives, the first initiative that we have initiated is the Progress. The Progress initiative is basically meant for the higher education fraternity, where we are talking more towards the quality of education, quality of the human life also. The Progress initiative, we can see that every year what we do is basically we connect with a lot of higher education institutions, talking with them in the area of curriculum development, talking with them in the area of research, innovations. But besides this, what we do is, the people, those who are connected with us, we bring together with us and facilitate them by providing them appreciation in form of awards. And we select some very limited number of people, like 4 or 5 people, whom really they have contributed the best in their area, and we provide them, we appreciate them, and we honor them. So this time also we are going to honor some of the people, those who have really contributed under our initiative, the Progress. But the conference what we are doing is under our another initiative, that is the Sustainable India. So Sustainable India initiative basically focuses on bringing the awareness towards the sustainability among the aspirants, among the professors, among the students, that how United Nations Development Program goal can be imbibed with the curriculum of the university and the schools. So this is the platform. Sustainable India is a very big platform where we are trying to cater various organizations, NGOs, institutions to come together and share their ideas. Besides this, we have another initiative, that is Aurogram, which is based on the concept of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, which is a Ministry of HRD taking care of. Under the initiative Aurogram, you can see that this Aurogram initiative is basically meant for bringing the rural artisans connected with higher education institutions and helping them their livelihood, upliftment of their livelihood through our initiatives. So right now we are connected with few good universities on that ground. And another initiative is Nursery Greens, and that initiative is basically meant for bringing the green revolution among the higher education institutions. We are trying to procure some, since we are associated with the Asian countries, different countries' universities, we are trying to bring their fauna and flora in our countries and how that can be brought as a sustainability in our country also. So these are some of the initiatives we are trying to perform with our team, and the objective is, if we want to bring a transformation can be brought only through the people like you. We are like-minded, aspired for the development of the nation. So I welcome you all for this wonderful event today, and specifically people, those who have came from very long distances to attend this conference. And I welcome you not only on that ground, but I welcome you people because you have read or you have gone through at least the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. So I will, before leaving the dais, I must thankful again you all with your team, those who are working with us, specifically from our team like Meenakshi Madam and Dr. Kiran Bala, Shubhangi, Ved Prakash ji is also there. So I thankful these people also. Last from 2 months they are trying their level best to make this event successful. And certainly I must thank Dhar sir also for his teams from his college, beautiful faculties, those who have contributed to us. Not only from last 1 month collecting the articles, newspaper, research articles and all that. And certainly our conference proceeding will get very soon after this conference gets over. And before leaving, I must thank you Indrani also and the people, those who are sitting here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. In the post-lunch session, we will be having with us Dr. John Patrick Shaw, Country Head at Legato Health Science, Ireland, and founder Nevicon. Dr. Jivantika Lingalwar, also from Ireland, from Cloud Solution Architect Microsoft, and founder and president of International Women in Tech Ireland Group. Dr. Ramesh Vichlani, professor at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, and a spiritual seeker at the Sri Aurobindo Ashram. I'm sure the post-lunch session will be equally engaging. Now let us get enlightened about our next dignitary, Dr. Ravindra Kumar. Professor Ravindra Kumar holds a MA in Psychology, Diploma in Labour Laws, and MA and PhD in Management from IIT Delhi. Till recently, he was heading Lal Bahadur Shastri Research Centre for Public Policy and Social Change as Professor and Fellow. The Research Centre is the research arm of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi. His prior engagements include VC, Sri Venkateshwara Open University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh. Earlier, he served UGC, AICTE, NCERT, IIT Delhi, NIP, etc. in different capacities and introduced many innovative work practices which resulted into substantial savings in public expenditure. His efforts in streamlining delivery mechanisms in higher and technical education received applause from many eminent personalities. Professor Kumar is a prolific writer and has several research papers to his credit in referred national and international journals. He has also conducted FDPs, seminars, workshops, conferences, dialogues, delivered keynote addresses as well as convocation addresses. He has been conferred with many awards, recognitions, and appreciations. He has provided consultancy to reputed B schools on a variety of academic matters. His area of research interests include quality research, student truancy, student capacity building and industrial expectations, socially responsible products, empowerment of vulnerable sections of the society, and public policy research. He has produced 6 doctoral scholars and currently one senior foreign diplomat is pursuing his doctoral work under his guidance and supervision. I request you, sir, to kindly grace the dais.
Namaskar. I am delighted to be here with you all, especially my young faculty and bright, vibrating students. Dignitaries on the dais, friends, first of all let me congratulate the organizers of this program who have selected this topic which has a global significance. But let me ask you a question. Is peace, progress, prosperity, sustainability, is the academic subjects or the subjects of the human personality, or are they on the agenda of the political parties? They are on the agenda of the political parties. Peace, progress, prosperity, individuality, sustainability are no longer within the ambit of the human beings. Political bosses across the globe, you might have recently seen or hearing a lot, Russia, Ukraine, lot of things are happening. God knows what will happen the next moment. We are talking about the peace, progress, prosperity, especially the sustainability. To whom we want to make sustain? Sustain the earth, human being, the living organisms, our environment, our water, what we want to sustain. At what cost we can sustain it? And are we trying in this direction? My big question is no. Answer is no. Recently one of the students, my student was a former senior diplomat of a university, of an embassy here in India. He worked on this very important topic of the sustainability. We have gone through all the goals set up by different organizations, UN, etc., initiative taken by leading national developing countries, and finally what we see, they say, my way is highway. Those who are capable of, especially the developed countries, they do not bother for us like the developing countries or the less developed countries. My point is someone is here to nail that? No. Because, as Mao Zedong had once said, peace follows from the barrel of guns. If you are powerful, nobody will ever dare to attack on you. Same thing is happening. But let me just say a few things. I look at all this subject from 3 different points. Niti, Niyat, Niyati. We all make various policies, programs, plan of actions. We will do like this. वादे हैं, दावे करते हैं, वादे पूरे नहीं करेंगे. Recently concluding political elections in 3 states is a testimony of what is happening around. In fact, what I have been very deeply involved into the political system also in this country. I had the opportunity to have a fairly good number of dialogues with the then HRM, Shri Narsinga Rao ji. who later became the Prime Minister, who used to say, we the Indians are better than the best in the world, but subject to given an opportunity. Yes, we hold to it. Our people across the globe, across the national boundaries, have created wonders. I know a fairly large number of them. They are working hard. All these things pinches to us. Why can't we do it when we are the best among the world? I asked one day to him, sir, you are in politics for such a long time. What do you mean by politics? I don't know how frank I was with him. He said, Ravinder, politics is nothing but simply an art of managing contradictions. That was the time when 5 MPs of JMM, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, was supporting him, his government, for some considerations. It was well known. The point is, when we're talking about the sustainability, what is sustainable? I was just mentioning to my learned colleagues, recently I produced a PhD scholar that was on socially responsible products. What is socially responsible? Now a bag has been given to us, I appreciate it. It's socially responsible product. I've seen a lot of places when the things are given and as a part of honorarium, as a part of felicitation and all that, which are not biodegradable. Are we looking for it? At what level we can do it? The point is, when we're talking about the niti, we make all the policies. Niyat, with what intentions we carry out those nitis. Sustainable goals are there. Everything has been said, every 5 years, 10 years, their review is there. Now recently I was having a meeting with my another senior person. He said, Prasad, it's simply an eyewash. Nothing on the ground is happening technically, except a few NGOs, some delighted individuals, some socially responsible persons who are doing it at their own level. Otherwise, things are just going out of the control with each passing day. And the third is niyati. Niyati means destiny. Are we not heading towards a dead end? Let's have a very clear-cut introspection. Having this seminar, conferences of national importance, international importance, what is the takeaway? Can we take certain lessons that in my life, there will be certain things I will do which will ensure that the sustainability is there. At least the environmental sustainability is there. What can we do? I think if you see, you will hardly find anything which you can take a note of. Friends, these are the real facts of life. Let's come out of the smoke. Let our religion be very clear. What we say, what we mean, what we do, there is a hell of difference. करनी और कथनी में हम लोग साम्य के समर्थक नहीं हैं. हम गांधी नहीं हैं. गांधी के देश पे रहते जरूर हैं. मैं बात कर रहा था अपने कोलीग से किसी एनजीओ इनिशिएटिव के बारे में. अच्छा लगता है. I have been to different parts of the countries. I have seen the people working like anything. In fact, I have touched the fields of hundreds of such people. They are my teachers, they are my gurus. They are my Paramatma and Atma, everything. They are working so hard, but without any recognitions. There are millions of them are unsung heroes. Do we care for them? Do we ensure them they come up on the platform, their work is recognized? And they are the people who come on the stage and speak their work. I long back, in this conference, IIT premises, when a good friend of mine, Professor Bharti, from IIT Kanpur, he was having an NGO. He resigned from IIT faculty position. Some were talking about the low-cost housing. People from Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee, many people were there. Mud housing, this housing, ferro cement housing. He said, Professor, you just tell me one thing. Is there anything cheaper than mud? Tell me anything. We are not talking about mud, but we are talking soil rubbish. It's not going to create employment in the rural sector. It's not of the mass production, it should be the production by the masses. So let's join hands, let us see what the best is going on in different parts of the country and world. Support them, learn them, patronize them, if we are in a position, and create the power groups, pressure groups, which can pit out our elected representatives and force them to think on the issues, on the matters, on the problems which pinches all of us. It's a call, wake-up call for everybody. I have been doing it at my own level and paid a huge cost for it. Still, I am not afraid because I have never compromised with corruption. I know a long back when I was holding very senior position in Government of India, and I was the convener of a group where the 25 lakhs rupees of project was to be sanctioned. Somebody came to me. He said, "Can you do it?" Well, if the project will merit, certainly we will do it. We are here to do it. Then he said, "Then our project has a lot of deficiencies. Can you overlook those?" I think I can see. I am not myopic. If the deficiencies are there, I will certainly pinpoint. Then he said one thing that was very important. "Do you know who am I?" I said, "No, sir. I have not seen your photo on TVs, radios, wanted, police stations, criminals record. So I don't know who you are." He said, "I am MP." I said, "Okay, thank you, Member of Parliament." No. MP does not mean Member of Parliament. MP means माता पिता. उसके बाद उन्होंने बहुत सुंदर लाइन की, "बच्चे मेरी बात मान लो, इसी में ही तुम्हारा हित निहित है." My only point is those who are supposed to be the stakeholders, policy planners, those who are the lighthouse of the society, if they come down to this level, then you can think of it. I said, "Sorry, gentlemen, I cannot be of any help to you." He said, "Then I will complain against you." I said, "Most welcome. I know how to write a good complaint letters. If you need my assistance, I can help you. I can write a complaint against me and give it to you. You sign it, send to you. Send to the concerned authorities." He said, "I will complain you to the highest authorities of the land." And I talked to him, "Please go to Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma ji, he was then president, and he will fire you from the Rashtrapati Bhavan." I know him very well, he knows me very well. My only point is, we have to stand for our integrity, sincerity, honesty, dedication, devotion. Nobody will come to our rescue. Those who are good, now the time has come, we cannot fight against the bad people from the public platforms. But at least we can appreciate, help, support, patronize the good people in the public. Those who are doing such good work, either sustainability, peace, progress, NGOs, activists, Mahila Mandals, youth clubs, anybody, we have to give our shoulder to them. तभी किसी ने बहुत अच्छा कहा है, आओ कंधे से कंधा मिला के दीवार बना दें और कदम से कदम मिला के रफ्तार बना दें। नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful words. As per a Polish proverb, keep learning because knowledge is the key to power. And to represent our knowledge partner, Jagannath International Management School, Vasant Kunj, we have the director of the institute, Dr. Ravi K. Dhar. A topper in BCom and Masters in English from the University of Jammu, Dr. Ravi K. Dhar did his PhD from the Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Dr. Dhar started his career as a lecturer in English at Northeastern Hill University, Nagaland campus, Medzimphema. Thereafter, he went on to work as an assistant professor of English and associate professor of journalism in the Department of Journalism, Languages and Culture of Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. He went on deputation to Ethiopian Civil Service College, now University, Addis Ababa, where he worked for over a year. Since June 2006, he has been working as a professor of media and communication studies and the director of Jagannath International Management School, Vasant Kunj of Guru Gobind Singh Intercaste University, New Delhi. Dr. Dhar has been a member of a number of academic bodies in various universities. He has been a member of the University Court and is currently the member of the University Academic Council. A keen researcher, he has published and presented papers in the areas of modern English novel, communication policy, online communication, communication rights, and child rights. He is the founder editor of Mass Communicator, an international journal of communication studies. He has also come out with 3 edited books: Indian Management Theory and Practice, Media in This World, and Perspectives of on Thought Leadership. He has also published Orphans of the Storm, a novel, The Chant of Vitasta, a collection of poems, and 101 Thoughts to Light Up Your Path, a collection of mystical aphorisms. I request Sir to kindly praise the dice.
It's a pleasure to be here, and in particular, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Simrendra Ghosh, Indrani Ghosh, and their daughter. She's sitting over there, very brilliant, very dynamic, for organizing this conference. In fact, our association is not very long. I happened to come across the work they've been doing. Just, I think, 6 months ago, I attended that conference. It was a meeting of minds because the space in which they operate and the space in which I operate invisibly is the same. Sri Aurobindo used to say that there are 2 aspects to his personality when somebody asked him about his life. He said there is one aspect which is the visible aspect of his personality, which is for all to see. And there is another, and a very important one, the core of his being, the invisible aspect of his personality, which is known to very few. And those few who are his spiritual partners or collaborators. Well, in my case, the same is the case. So most of it is what people see and what people get to hear, and because I've been also a student of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, both intellectual and spiritual. Never been a part of any organized system, plowed my own lonely furrow. But then, when you talk of spirituality, you don't talk in quantitative terms. You talk in terms of quality. Every single particle, the mother said, is a universe in its own right. So we don't talk of infinity only in terms of the number of beings, the number of cosmos, multiverses, metaverse. We talk of metaverse these days. But even the smallest particle, the smallest quanta or quantum, is in itself a cosmos. So never commit the mistake of thinking that you are small, that you are insignificant. Each one of you is a cosmos unto yourself. And you can always make a difference to the world if you make a difference to your own self. Any change, qualitative change within you can impact the entire cosmos. So it is not necessary whether you are visibly seen to be impacting in the physical space or operating in the physical space, and only then you will feel, yes, a difference is being made. A difference is always being made when you are making a difference at the spiritual level within your own self. So when we met, and the kind of initiatives that they have been taking, Sustainable India or Aurobindo, all these initiatives, I was mightily impressed. And that's how the two of us came together for this seminar or conference. Call it whatever you want. Because labels are labels. What matters is what is the giveaway, what is the takeaway. Do you take something from it? And it also does not matter how many people listen, because numbers don't matter. As I said, that every particle is a cosmos, is an infinity. And the theme of the subject is very significant, and that's why we're together. Sustainability. It seems to be Western in its orientation, but it is deeply Eastern in its roots. Because it is sustainability that we have always been talking of when we talk of Dharma. The only thing is, what kind of language are you using? If you use an angelicized language, it seems that the concept has been borrowed from the West. But when you use a term taken from India, then it becomes Indian in its essence, in its nature. Unfortunately, even though we have the greatest of treasures here in our own land, we look up to the West for guidance. And that is why we have a need for talking about sustainability. Because had we followed in the footsteps of our great Vedic rishis, because the Rig Veda is the greatest treatise on sustainability, we would never have had to tell people about sustainability. It would have been a part of our lifestyles. It would have been a part of our ecosystems in which we live. Unfortunately, we suffer from a cultural or historical amnesia. And because of that, we have been disconnected from our past. But then, why say unfortunately? That is the way the wheel of time moves in the manifest reality. In the physical reality, everything is subject to change, and the cycles are as important to sustainability as our efforts are for sustainability. I liked very much Indraniji's opening address when she talked about happiness and Anand. And that is what I would like to connect to sustainability. It's only when you are in a sustainable state of being and becoming, both. Because being and becoming cannot be separated. The Kshar and Akshar can never be separated. They are the dual aspect of the Purushottam, of the divine. It's only when you have that kind of, when you have a sustainability in both states, the state of being and becoming, that you are in a state of bliss. That you transcend your limitations. You transcend the sense-mind reality. And that is something which is your birthright. Anand, because it is my birthright, that is why throughout our lives, we keep looking for it, hunting for it, not knowing where to find it. And because I'm bound between the two lids of physical and mental consciousness, I'm trapped between these two lids, one on the top, one below, physical and mental consciousness. I tend to look for this Anand in the objects of the senses, in the sensory pleasures, and because sensory objects and the operation of my senses have their limitations, I'm not satiated. And because I'm not satiated, satisfied, I keep looking for more and still more, leading to aggrandizement, hoarding, and creating asymmetries in the social and economic space, and inequalities between the haves and the have-nots. So all the problems of sustainability basically ensue from the individual, from the psychological state of the individual, the spiritual state of being. Because had you been in a state of balance, harmony, you wouldn't have done it. If you're teaching, this is my experience as a teacher, when you're teaching in a class, you'll find many students, somebody playing pranks with one another. And I tell my students, I have them here also, it is that student who is unstable, who is not at ease with himself, who disturbs the class the most. So disturbance, that ripple, that tremulation emerges only when there is no peace within. And that's why Indrani ji said very rightly, you're looking for bliss, you go after happiness, and to arrive at bliss you need peace. And peace will come through sustainability. So if you are at peace with yourself, if you have found, and how do you find this peace? You find this peace, as she very rightly said, I liked that address very much. You find that peace only when you know what you are, what is the world, what is the relationship between you and the world. Do you exist in a binary? Subject-object binary? Me and the world? Vini, vidi, visi, I came, I saw, I conquered. So you want to conquer the world? And even when you turn towards spirituality, as Sri Aurobindo says, you would like to conquer the kingdom of God, take it by force, like Ravan wanted to do. Shiva should be. You want to hold, as T.S. Eliot would say, I hold infinity in the palm of my hand. You would like to hold infinity in the finite. So it's important to know. And here comes the question of what is Vidya and what is Avidya. All the knowledge that we are after would be classified by the Vedic rishis as the Vidya. Because the true Vidya is the Vidya of which transcends, which helps you, which liberates you. By transcending the sense-mind consciousness, when you become aware that your body is not just the physical body with which you misuse a lot, that day you would also feel liberated. And when you feel liberated, you also feel empowered, because consciousness brings with it power as well. And with it also comes power, bliss. The three are not separate, they are triune. They are together always. So it is important to know. And when you know, you want to be what you know. Because all your experiences become a part of you. Experience is never external to a person. That's why information is just information. It is not knowing. You know of it. You don't know it. To know it is to be, to become that. And when you become that, how do you become that? The Ved has a beautiful way of putting it. The Rig Ved. It speaks of the conscious yajna. Yajna or yajna, my Sanskrit is not good. Sacrifice. Because whether you like it or not, everyone, at every moment of your life, you are getting sacrificed. The small is getting sacrificed to the greater. But if you do it consciously, the little self, the ego self, gets sacrificed to the greater self, of which you are just an image or a kind of a replica. If you allow it to happen, because you've known now you want to become conscious of what you have heard in the scriptures, in the books. It's not enough just to read. It's important that you become that, because only then that knowledge, that information will get internalized, will become a part of you. And when it becomes a part of you, it becomes a part of you only through karma. So karma yoga is not just nishkam, disinterestedness, working with disinterestedness. Karma yoga is when you surrender everything to the Lord of your being, who is none other than you, but not the ego self. So, you've heard about it, you've read about it, but that's not enough. To become that, you have to perform action, you have to perform deeds. And when you perform deed as actions in the form of a yagna, in which you offer your own self into that higher reality, you become that. And when you become that, you arrive at that identity with the higher divine, then you are the most sustainable being. Because you are now at peace with yourself. You are operating with that consciousness. And when you operate with that consciousness, this world becomes a beautiful world. This world was created out of a bliss principle. If there's a monstrosity in this world, if there's a distortion in this world, it is not because of the act of creation. It is because of the ignorance. And that is why ignorance is a sin. Sin is not a moral concept. Sin is a cognitive concept. It is a concept of ignorance. So the moment you become conscious and you operate with that true consciousness, complete consciousness, you create harmony, symmetry, balance in this world. Then it matters little who has what. Because the intent, everyone is conscious of it. And that is important. And if you can begin with this change from your own self, do not wait for others. The world will be what it is. Have you changed yourself before you can think of changing the world? Because if you change yourself, you are not a finite being in truth. It is an illusion of your senses which gives you the feeling that you are a finite being. Your physical world, even your physicality, is a part of the physical cosmos through the food chain. Any change, any distortion anywhere impacts you. But if you want to make a change, you have to begin from, as Sri Aurobindo would say, from the top. If you go from the bottom, it's a long, tedious process. So go to the top. From there, descend. And when that power descends, it is effectual. It can never be ineffectual because it is conscious power. So that is why each one of us is after bliss, but none of us understands what is bliss. In the search for bliss, we are creating problems in this cosmos. And this hunger for more and still more is basically a distortion of our true consciousness, which is infinite. Because I am infinite, I look for the infinite in finite ways. And because I look for the infinite in finite ways, I try to grab everyone's word. I believe in domination. Uska bhi mere paas ho, iska bhi mere paas ho. It is a misoriented quest. A quest for being, a quest for bliss which has gone awry, which has gone haywire. And who can correct this? You can correct it, and how? You can correct it by correcting the flaw in your consciousness. If you correct the direction of your consciousness from making your mind as the be-all and end-all of your human existence, you move away from the mind to the supermind, the Vijñāna self. You have solved the problem as the Vedic rishis did when they combined the symbol and the meaning. So, I'm particularly addressing my own students because they are the youth. They can make a lot of difference. And as I was saying, it's important to keep the windows of mind open. No use bewailing, no use bemoaning, no use weeping over spilt milk. The time is here and now. If you decide to make a difference to the world, start making a difference to your own self. Because the day you start making a difference to your own self, you will see that things will fall in place because all is connected. The vital, physical plane, mental, we talk of planes of being. These are planes, they intermingle. There is nothing finite, there are no well-defined boundaries, there are no definitions, there are no systems. Systems are a construct of the mind. And you get trapped in the systems. So move away. Be as chaotic as possible. No problem. Chaos is the place, the jungle, the forest is the janani of all ideas. But try to arrive at balance and harmony and gain knowledge. The true knowledge. The knowledge which we are giving to you. It's very limited. It only serves the purpose of self-preservation. Lawrence says that there are two main urges. One is the urge to preserve, the other is the urge to realize, to be. All our educational system is moving around only one thing, to preserve. And then we are improvising this urge to preserve. And we call that improvisation development and progress. Progress is not improvisation of the urge to preserve. Progress is when you move towards the hub of the wheel of existence, which is the subspecies eternitatis view of reality. So with these words, thank you very much.
Shanti by the name the Progress Global Awards. So this year also it gives me immense pleasure to announce the recipients of the Global Progress Awards 2022. I will request the recipients to come forward and take their awards. Dr. Saurabh Krishna for an award in Excellence in Research under the category Higher Education Award at Institutions Awards.
Volunteers कहाँ है? Volunteers please mix at table actually.
Little bit down.
Voice करते रहें.
बट आपको केबल नहीं होगा ना, हमारे पास वो मिनी पोर्ट है जो DSLR डिवाइस के बाहर उसमें मिनी पोर्ट है, समझ जाओ वाला माइक वहाँ पे रख दीजिए.
Dr. Saurabh Krishna for an award in Excellence in Research under the category Higher Education Institutes Awards.
Cheers. Cheers हटा दो.
Dr. Saurabh Krishna for award in Excellence in Research under the category Higher Education Institutes.
Slide के light में नहीं आएगा.
Yes. Yeah.
Professor Professor Snehata Burde, an award in Excellence in Research under the category Higher Education Institutes Awards.
Slightly close, ma'am, because you are just check.
Ms. Aarti Gupta for an award of excellence in research under the category Higher Education Institutes Awards. Our last recipient for the day is Grizzly College of Education for an award on Best in Social and Community Services under the category of College Awards. I request the representative to take the award.
Excuse me, भैया.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjita, for representing the Grizzly College of Education. Heartiest congratulations to all the awardees. I request any of the award recipient to kindly share your journey of work and contribution. Any of you can come up and share your views, please.
It's a good morning or it's a good afternoon. Yeah, it's, we are almost on the verge of that. So, good morning all of you and Vande Mataram. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here and to be the part of this mission and the journey, what we are actually witnessing today. So I'm Dr. Saurabh Krishna. I did my PhD from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, and my FDB from Ahmedabad. So the concept of sustainability actually started long back, but it got materialized when I started my PhD. So I didn't know this world is so vast and it demands a lot of hands-on work, more than that, the theory. So I did my PhD research on sustainable rural tourism development of Aurobindo, Maharashtra. So how the rural scenarios are actually changing. Now when I started my work, I came to know I know nothing about sustainability. And the people who are there in the rural areas are much more educated than us. And I developed this tagline where my guide was asking me, so what would be the tagline once you complete your PhD? So the tagline goes like this: we read sustainability and they do sustainability. So there is a, thank you. So there's a huge difference, you know. We all talk about sustainability, we read sustainability, but they are the real stakeholders. They actually do the sustainability, which we cannot even think about it. So this has been the journey of 5 years where I witnessed that how the work is being carried out, you know, how seriously they have been taking the work to the next level. And I'm talking about the rural women and I'm talking about the rural youth as well. So the work has really been immense and they are contributing a lot for the development of the rural areas. And of course, Aurangabad is known as the tourism capital of Maharashtra. So it's absolutely a pleasure, and once I will come for my paper presentation, I will probably show you more what is actually being happening at the grassroots level. So the bottom of the pyramid are actually the ones who are making a huge contribution, you know, and we really need to acknowledge their work, their hard work, and their dream to convert that. So thank you so much, Vande Mataram. Thank you so much to the Progress and Sustainability and the Organization. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Aarti Gupta. I am a section officer accounts at Aurobindo College Evening. And I would like to start a few words of mine with a greeting to you that Sakalam Saplam Bhuyat, Sakalam Madhuram Bhuyat, Sakalam Cha Shubham Bhuyat. May all good will happen to all of you. May all you will get success in life, and may all you will get happiness in your life. So recently I utilized the COVID time and did my MBA from IGNOU in first division, and also cleared my NET exams in commerce as well as management. And I also, apart from research, I have just started initiated in the research field. I will be presenting my research paper on generation diversity and its implication and challenges at the academic workplace. And my other interest areas for research is about with Divyangjans, mainstreaming inclusion, and I have also written a paper on ICT development tools and its implications for the well-being of Divyangjan in India. And a few words of my poetry I would like to convey here. That is also the crux of the sustainability. So once the title of the poem is Meeting with the Divine. Once I have gone for a walk of the morn. After sleeping in the lap of night, a new life was born. The moon disappeared with its troops of stars. The sun prepared to come with all its with all its sheen and sunshine. The cool breeze was blowing. The lushy leaves of the trees were glowing. The rhyming river was flowing. All of a sudden, I felt the presence of God. I hugged a tree. I was overwhelmed with the call of nature. I hugged a tree. I felt its heartbeats and simultaneously mine too. I felt the presence of the God and the divine, but God was nowhere outside. In fact, it was within me, in my deep conscience. So, thank you so much. So, according to me, the sustainability and starts from humanity, the goodness and the godliness which lies within us. So, humanity in human resource management and in sustainability in SDGs is important. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and many congratulations again. Now I call Ms. Meenakshi Ramesh Patel, co-founder of Sustainable India, to speak about the conference and the initiatives.
Vande Mataram to all. In front of such gathering, इतने बहुत सारे different mindset के लोग, different ages के लोग, और I feel so young here right now. So this concept of basically we started the trust Sri Aurobindo Yoga Knowledge Foundation back in 2019, but we were working on the philosophy of Sri Aurobindo from till the day I heard about Sri Aurobindo. I guess I started working on the philosophy at 2016. But the two initiatives which we are looking after, or technically I am looking after, is the Progress and Sustainable India. And Sustainable India is a very new venture of ours, dream, because we are human being, we see dream, we try to implement them, and yes, I will explain the concept of sustainability with a very, very, very basic example, and I would also like you people to get involved and give me more examples about how you understand about sustainability. Okay, I have two kids. One is 13-year-old and one is 8 years old. One day we were eating fruits. हम लोग बैठ के आराम से खा रहे थे और अभी सर्दी का मौसम है, आप धूप में बैठ के आराम से खाते हैं. तो क्या हुआ, हम लोग बाहर बालकनी में बैठे थे, तो द डस्टबिन वॉज नॉट ईजीली रीचेबल. तो जो पील्स थे उसके। तो मैंने बोला कि बेटा इसको जाके आप किचन में ग्रीन डस्टबिन में डाल दीजिए। तो मेरी बेटी ने बोला मम्मी इट्स वेरी फार, तो मैं गमले में डाल दूँ? इट्स वेरी नियर, दिस इज 4 स्टेप्स, दिस इज 10 स्टेप्स। लाइक गमला जो है वो 4 स्टेप्स है क्योंकि हम बालकनी में धूप में बैठे थे, और जो ग्रीन डस्टबिन है वो किचन में था अराउंड 10 स्टेप्स। तो बच्चे तो ऐसे ही लॉजिक देते हैं ना कि मम्मी आप कर लो ना प्लीज़, ये तो 10 स्टेप है, मेरा तो 10 स्टेप है, आपका 20 स्टेप है, तो आप कर दोगे, मतलब आपका कम है तो आप कर दोगे। तो मैंने बोला कि दैट्स वेरी गुड, ये तो बहुत अच्छा है कि आप गमले में डाल दीजिए। तो फिर मैंने बोला बेटा अननोइंगली नोइंगली आपने एक बहुत अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट जो कि हमें हर किसी को करना चाहिए, दैट इज सस्टेनेबिलिटी, है ना। आपने नेचर से एक फ्रूट लिया, खाया और नेचर को वापस रिटर्न कर दिया। हम करते इनडायरेक्टली, जब मैं ग्रीन डस्टबिन में डालती तो वो जाता उस प्रोसेस में, बट उसने सीधा सॉइल में डाल दिया, तो इट वॉज अ डायरेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी। तो मैंने उसको बोला कि देख बेटा, एंड शी इज ओनली 8, तो मैंने उसे बोला कि सस्टेनेबल काम किया आपने, एंड शी वॉज लाइक इट्स अ बिग वर्ड फॉर देम ना, एक न्यू वोकैबुलरी वर्ड। तो शी वॉज वेरी हैप्पी एंड 10 दिन तक शी वॉज अप्रेजिंग हरसेल्फ, मैंने एक सस्टेनेबल काम किया है। तो आई वुड लाइक कि ऐसे डेली एग्जाम्पल्स में हम लोग कितने ऐसे छोटे छोटे काम करते हैं जो सिर्फ ये बताता है कि मैंने अगर किसी से कुछ लिया है, किसी से मतलब इट कैन बी अ नेचर, इट कैन बी अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, इट कैन बी नॉन लिविंग थिंग, इट कैन बी लिविंग थिंग। अगर मैंने किसी से कुछ लिया है तो हाउ इट आई कैन देम रिटर्न मी। आई वुड लाइक टू इन्वॉल्व द किड्स। कभी दिन में ऐसा कौन सा काम करते हो जब आपको लगता है कि आपने किसी से कुछ लिया तो मैंने उतना ही उसको वापस भी कर दिया? Nothing?
Carpooling together. I mean,
Yes.
that certainly reduces the carbon emissions from the transport.
Right, right. Anything? अच्छा, आप लोगों ने पत्तल में खाया है?
Yes, ma'am.
क्या हम पत्तल पे वापस आ गए हैं?
Absolutely.
या आना चाहिए? आना चाहिए। But you know what? The country where the पत्तल जिसे पत्तों से बनता है, who invented it? Who is the inventor of this pattal?
Must be India.
It is India. But you know कि पत्तल बनाने का जो पेटेंट है वो इंडिया के पास नहीं है। It's with Germany. Now they are claiming कि पत्तल हमने बनाए हैं, but we are using from ages नहीं, हम पुरानों से यूज कर रहे हैं उनको, but हमारे पास उनका उसका पेटेंट नहीं है ना। But now we are coming back to, so this is very simple example of sustainability, using natural resources and then again decomposing them. So this idea is always in everybody's mind, and it is a very basic and very easily implementable idea. So we started this venture, Sustainable India. But yes, when we did the award functions in June in Delhi itself this year, so we met with a lot of people who are practicing sustainable living, as Saurav sir said, sustainable rural development, sustainable tourism, sustainable fuel systems and all. So there are a lot of every area we have scope, and what we are trying to do is we are trying to connect those people who are practicing actually sustainability with the universities with which we are associated. For example, we have one association in Delhi who are making biofuel using the waste of kitchen from a university, and then converting that into fuel and using that fuel again into the university kitchen. So we collaborated with one of the organization here in Delhi, and we are trying that their project can be implemented in the other institutes which we are connected with. So this is the main motto, that connect knowledge and share it and try to give it to others and also gain ourselves. So this is a little brief about Sustainable India. Yes, we have far more steps to go, and thank you very much all of you to
become part of our journey, and maybe somewhere we will again connect. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, there have been many more patents which belong to India and have been taken up by other countries, which we have fought for, and in the process, we are in the process of fighting. Now it is the time to start the paper presentations and acknowledge the contribution of the researchers. Today we have a total of 12 offline presentations and over 60 online presentations. Before we proceed with the session, I request, we've already heard from Dr. Aurobindo Kumar, who is the session chair, along with Dr. Namita Rajput, who is the session chair for the presentation sessions. So I will now take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Namita Rajput. Dr. Namita Rajput has served as the principal OSD at Sri Aurobindo College Evening, University of Delhi, for a term of 3 years, from 2017 to 2020. She has an enriching experience as Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Sri Aurobindo College Morning, since 1995. Before 1995, she was teaching in other premium colleges of the University of Delhi, like Kamala Nehru College, Venkateshwara College, Shivaji College, since August 1991. She has completed a Master's in Commerce, securing First Division from Hindu College, the University of Delhi, followed by MPhil and PhD in International Business from Delhi School of Economics, and a postdoctoral research fellowship program in finance from Department of Financial Studies, South Campus, University of Delhi. Apart from the above mentioned, she also holds a master's degree in information technology from Vinayak Mission University. She has also pursued a Microsoft certified course in cyber laws, procured Sun certificate from Sun Microsoft, among many other achievements. Besides her rich teaching experience for almost 25 years, she has contributed tremendously in the area of research, primarily focused on areas concerning banking and finance, human resource management, and sustainability. She has been credited with over 200 conference proceedings and publications in a plethora of listed journals that are credited to her name, out of which over 70 are published in Scopus, ABDC, and journals listed in UGC here. She has been invited as a delegate on numerous occasions and has participated and presented papers in over 150 national and international seminars, and has been invited for lectures in international universities such as Brunel University, London, etc. Furthermore, she has published over 33 books and contributed chapters to other respected publishers, including Bloomsbury Publishing, Springer, Taxman Publication, etc. Besides the above mentioned, she is credited with the copyright of 3 theories: the BAG theory of leadership, the 3 E's of motivation, and 3L theory of work culture, registered with the Government of India. She has also composed 34 modules of UGC project e-Pathshala and has contributed to the Universities Grant Commission, University of Delhi, and Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and several government projects in various capacities. While she is a renowned academician and researcher, she is also very active in the arena of social welfare and has been working tirelessly for the upliftment of the underprivileged people, children, and women since the last 15 years through her NGO, UNHAT, UNHAT. As the founding president of the UNHAT Foundation, she continues her work of redressal and sensitization pertaining to child abuse, child trafficking, child marriage, alcohol, and drug abuse. We thank you both for joining us today as the session chairs. And today, for the presentations, let me call out the itinerary for the presentations.
2 minutes, actually, 2 minutes.
Yes, the participants will have 7 minutes to present and 2 minutes for question answers.
I'll take 2 minutes.
Okay.
thank you for a beautiful conduction. All the plans are designed by the divine. We only forget it. We think that we are designing everything, we are planning everything, the coming and going. Because we do have a lot of participants, you can see the folders are kept here. 7 to 5 hours late the trains are going on. Just now someone called me that they are going to reach within 2 or 3 minutes in the station. So at what time they'll come there, freshen up and then come. So it will take time. But see, once we have invited divine, the work should go on. Once we are here, the work should move on. That is the beauty of everything. And Dr. Ravidhar, the director for GIMS, he'll be leaving very soon because he to have some prior appointments at. And we are very thankful that he took us so time that he came up and joined this function, because before only one day there was a mishap in his family, but we were worried that I didn't call him also. I thought that no, I should not disturb him in this. But yesterday then I dared up and then they call up, Bhaiya, you are coming or not? He said that no, I'll join in the first term. That is very grateful. Thank you, thanks a lot. So before leaving, it's a small token of love actually. We do have a memento designed so that every time when you look back, you can see that we are also with you sitting in your cabin. Thank you. And right here. Faculties also, if you can also join with him, that will be great. Please come, please come. One more thing we have given in the morning to sir, actually divine has gifted him, that is in his pocket. He is not showing you all. What is it, sir? You should show it to everyone that what has been gifted to you in the morning.
You are asking me to do the impossible. Little matter is something I do not feel very comfortable handling.
See what he has kept in his pocket. A gold 2 rupees coin, Sri Aurobindo's name, and 150th birth celebration. That is it. So it is of more than 2 crore rupees for us. Even more than that. So very rare we get it, and it is like divine in our pocket. Divine close to our heart. That is it.
Thank you.
Before you leave, sir, that I just wanted to introduce with the team that those who are working tiringly for this mission is Dr. Kiran Bala Patel. She is a PhD in education, has been working for you met her last time. Meenakshi Patel also, who is the co-founder for Sustainable India along with Shubhangi. So both of them are looking after this project, and the progress and other initiatives, I think Dr. Kiran Bala, she takes care of it. And very soon we are having our international conference, and looking forward that children should also come up to Thailand for the international conference. That when we first time started up the international conference, in 2019 people said, oh, Thailand ja rahe ho aap log, conference karne ke liye. So I was also surprised at what I'll see in Thailand. But when I came back from Thailand, I'd say it is a spiritual land. Adhyatmik bhumi hai Thailand. The reason behind it is we forgot we are searching for Rama's presence in the world, and they do have Rama 9 in their place. They do have the capital as an Ayodhya. So they are more spiritual than we are, because we are still questioning our identity, we are still questioning our leaders, and they do have So yes, they are spiritual land. One should visit. A student should understand and see that land, that how humble they are, how beautiful they are. When they understand that we belong to a land of Buddha, they respect, they bow. That is a great. Thank you. Thank you, Dharsar.
नॉर्मल फोटो लिए जियो टाइम में आ रही है
I request Indrani to welcome Dr. Namita Rajput.
This is the collected works of Mother. Kiran, Meenakshi, come here. ऊपर तो नहीं जाना है क्योंकि वो बैनर हुआ है. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, now a few announcements for the presenters. You will be presenting for 7 minutes and there will be 2 minutes for question and answers. In case you have brought your presentation in the pen drive, then kindly share the pen drive with the team so that it can be uploaded on this system which is placed here. I will read out the list of participants. I will read out this sequencing of participants. Our first presentation will be by Dr. Saurabh Krishna. Second, by Mr. Avdesh Patel. Third, by Dr. Shilekha Virulkar. Fourth, Dr. Anil Kumar Chaube. Fifth, Mr. Virendra Kumar. Sixth, Mr. Daniel. Seventh, Mr. Manish Rao. Eighth, Ms. Prachi Sharma. Ninth, Ms. Aarti Gupta. 10th, Professor B.C. Swain. 11th, Ms. Sanchita Ghosh. I request the participants to remember when your presentation comes up, they should be ready. If you have your presentations in your PPT, kindly share with the team so that it can be uploaded. So I request the first presenter now to come up, Dr. Saurabh Krishna.
good afternoon everyone, and good morning once again.
Sir, voice.
I'm Dr. Saurabh Krishna. I'm here to present about my research paper about sustainable rural tourism and enterprise development, a journey of innovating rural enterprises of Aurangabad. It's a working paper, and I'm trying to highlight that what is actually happening at the grassroots level and how it is making a huge change to the people who are actually there based in Aurangabad. Especially I'm talking about the rural women and the rural youth and how the stakeholders are actually making the overall change. So I would like to start by saying from Mahatma Gandhi ji, poor of the world cannot be helped by mass production, but only by production by the masses. So I really agree what he has actually mentioned long back, and now we are actually witnessing that we really need a support from all the different stakeholders to make everything to be sustainable. So I'd like to start from how the world is now recognizing the rural tourism as one of the most important aspects. You can see over here, I have just tried to put some of the pictures of United Nations who declared 2020 as one of the theme, where they have identified rural tourism as one of the most important aspects, and has been considered that this is now the new mantra for changing the rural areas and helping the rural youths as well as the entire community to be more successful. So this is the title. Now, so what is rural tourism? So everybody feels that you go to the rural area, that becomes a rural tourism. No, it's much more. It has many things to offer you, and let me use this word, and to surprise you. So anybody who wants to get surprised, and I teach tourism. So I have also witnessed that now we are reaching to a place where we are almost being at the saturation level. So almost everybody has now seen the beaches, the best beaches of our country. Everybody has seen Ladakh, has gone on a bullet ride to Ladakh. We've seen the mountains. Now people are really expecting something new to see. And this is the concept, which will offer you, which will surprise you, and which will excite you once you come to the rural area. Because over here, you are expected to do more from your side. So it's not just the one-way communication or the one-way interaction, but you are actually involved doing it. Whether you're making a pottery or whether you're on a tractor ride, So almost in every aspect, we try to engage you with the local community. Now that makes a wow factor. So in order to define the rural tourism, let me call it as a real experience. A beautiful word which has been used. It says a rewarding in which the spirit provides adventure and learning. So any travel, which gives you an adventure and the learning is the best travel according to me. So you go back to back to the roots, and it teaches you a lot many things which we have actually been forgetting over the period of time. Like actually I was telling, just mentioning about the Pattal, so we have been actually forgetting how it is coming back. In fact, I will tell you, I work with Taj Group of Hotels. You'll be surprised to know when we offer a chai in a cooler, it costs you not less than 384 rupees including GST. And we will call that as a wow, but we have actually forgotten that. So 384 rupees की चाय बड़ी अच्छी लगती है, but 10 रुपए की चाय, we have actually forgotten. So when we say the sustainability, it brings environment, economy, and the social together. So it's really very, very important that we should not forget any of these dimensions. So the one which covers all these three is probably approaching towards the level of sustainability. Because we want to sustain the environment, we want to sustain the economy, and we want to sustain the social services as well, or the social aspects as well. So why rural tourism? It helps for the sustainable livelihood development of the local community, sustainable development of the rural areas, and empowerment of the women and the rural entrepreneurship. So now we are hearing a lot about the entrepreneurship, but then we still have not reached to the rural area. We are still roaming across the urban areas, but let me tell you, we are talking now, and they have already been there in terms of the rural entrepreneurship. I will give you some of the examples where you will be shocked. A 14-year kid in the village makes around 3.2 lakhs every month, and you'll be shocked to know that how does he do that. So rural tourism in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is the front engine, which is driving the concept of rural tourism. And how is it This model is being used almost across the country, and now many states have now realized that yes, this is one of the models which we must go and we must take, because it's one of the sustainable models to develop the rural areas. So I just took a case of 5 resorts, the rural resorts, who are also the major contributors. So now when I'm saying about the enterprises and about the rural resorts, why I'm trying to bring the resorts over here, because these resorts are not only making the money. Now this is very exciting. They're not only making the money. Their mission is also to support the rural community, the rural women and the rural youth. तो यहाँ जितने लोग भी काम करते हैं, 95% people are from that particular village. So they are not only just saying that we are supporting the rural areas and the sustainability, they are actually doing it on the grassroots level. So this is one of the finest example how they are educating, okay, the rural youths also to put up their camps. So here camps they have been actually put up by the rural youth. So the owner actually taught them how to put up one camp. Now they put up these many camps across the area. So they are literally empowering the youth, to get into that market. So they are training them, they are providing them facilities, they are even sponsoring them. I know Sunitji, who has sponsored around close to around 30 lakhs to set up this campaign, and they just gave in and they are just running this farm. This the second one. So you can see the eye who is making the chapati. Okay. This is the tinus which is being developed on a rural theme. Shushti, so she is the champion for supporting the rural women. So 90% employees in her resort are the women who are actually handling the complete resort. Chaitanya, this is one of the, I think, the most sustainable and eco-friendly resort which are, and almost all these resorts which you have just seen are zero plastic zone, and all are 100% solar. They are using the gobar gas, they are also making their own composite fit, they have it, and their own. Now this resort, this is quite interesting. ये जितना भी आप प्लेट में खाना देख रहे हैं, ये सारा इनके यहाँ प्रोड्यूस होता है. So अगर इनके यहाँ आज भिंडी है तो भिंडी की सब्जी मिलेगी, अगर गोभी है तो गोभी की सब्जी मिलेगी. Nothing comes from outside. और कुछ भी नहीं है तो सोयाबीन की सब्जी मिलेगी. He also brings the kids to his resort and he also trains them about these. Now this is quite interesting. Let me just show you. This is called a state talab. This is a model which has just come up from Maharashtra, and it is making a huge revolution across the country. So what happens? They make this pond and they save the water. Now, sir has made this pond, and let me just give you a calculation. So this pond has a capacity of around 1.4 lakh gallons of water. Now this will support him for the next 7 years, even if it doesn't rain, to water his complete resort and the complete area, which is close to around 30 acres of land. So एक बार सिर्फ 14 दिन या 24 दिन, sorry, I'm so sorry, 24 दिन की बरसात में ये पूरा भर जाता है, and which can sustain for 7 years. And imagine this kind of model. Now in the entire country, many states are now using state talab to be as a sustainable model for the water.
Yeah, request Saurabh to please, it's already 7.5.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just go quickly. There are other resorts. So why do sustainability? Because it engages the rural human resources, ability to convert the rural resources into the rural areas to be more sustainable. There are different models which are being used for the rural entrepreneurship, so like individual groups, clusters, cooperatives, and they are making a huge impact in our country. Now some of these enterprises, so BTN, so this is one of the most leading ones. So what they do, they take all these rural products, whatever is available in the Maharashtra and the Gujarat areas, they convert and they try to support the rural people from their product. They are also on Instagram and they are actually supporting a lot to the rural people. Swami Samant, Mr. Giram Kaka, is the patron for Patni saris. Let me tell you the cost of a Patni. It starts from 3 lakh rupees only. Only, yeah. And he's been sent to China to represent the Patni saris over there. You might be quite shocked with the first one, but let me tell you, they make close to around 30 lakhs rupees every year by selling the farsan. Now they are also on Instagram and Facebook. Yeah. So these are the list of ladies who came, close to around 30 ladies who came, and they started into the textile business, and they travel across the country, and they also have a close, I think, turnover of around 50 lakhs rupees only with the textile. terracotta which is being almost forgotten, but it comes from Ajanta caves, okay, this clay, and she is the only one who left the job. She was a bank PO in SBI, but her father was the last person to make this terracotta. She left the job and she started making terracottas. And really salam to this lady who is sustaining this, the last art form of making terracotta idols. I interviewed her as well. Chikkis, and which is quite famous all across the country, and Shiv Bhosnale. So this is again around 10 ladies who came together and are selling the food at 10 rupees. So 3 chapatis, sabjis at just 10 rupees. Imagine, that's what I told you. We talk sustainability and they do sustainability. So there is a need for rural entrepreneurship, and we really need to empower the people and the local communities. So there are different problems, but yes, we also have the different solutions that how this can be developed. And of course, we need interventions from the government, from the PPP players, as well as the academicians. So academics and the industry must come together to develop it. And since I can see a lot of youth over here, you all need to go back, okay, or plan a trip to the rural areas, and trust me, you will be shocked to see that what all are being happening at that point of time. So while concluding, rural tourism in Aurangabad offers a lot of opportunities in economic, social and personal development, and entrepreneurship development still remains a challenge, but yes, I am very hopeful with our 100% commitment and dedication, we will definitely achieve it. Thank you so much.
One observation to make, and the concept is actually good and worthy, and we talked about rural tourism. So what was the basic objective of the paper?
My basic objective of the paper is to highlight the sustainable rural tourism and how is it helping for the enterprise development, the rural enterprise development. So when the enterprises come forward, they generate a revenue. When they generate a revenue, it becomes a sustainable livelihood model for them, like given by chambers and iron schools, that the development of rural areas can only be possible when we have a sustainable economic model. अगर मैडम पैसा ही नहीं रहेगा तो गांव चलेगा कैसे? So that's the reason I showed you those resorts. So how these resorts are helping for sustainable economic development, social development and environmental development. अब मैं एक example में देना चाहूँगा. औरंगाबाद के area में मैम close to all these resorts, you know, they have taken over small hills in that particular area. And I was talking to the Commissioner of Police from Forest Department. You'll be shocked to know, in just 12 years, they have planted more than 30 lakh trees with the help of these resorts and these enterprises. So how they are actually making an impact on all the different aspects, be it environmental, be it social and economic, you know, it has to be sustainable. So sustainability सिर्फ environment perspective से हमें नहीं देखना है, हमें economic perspective से भी देखना है, और social aspect में, जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि कैसे youth सामने निकल के आता है. So now they don't want to go to colleges, you know, do the MBA. They want to start their own. While I was interviewing them, I have done an interview with around 73 stakeholders. They have this concept that they want to start their own. और वो कोई भी entrepreneurship उन्होंने पढ़ा नहीं है. They don't even know that this is called as entrepreneurship or a startup. But उनको ये लगता है कि if we start and if you do, there is a huge scope because Ajanta and Ellora caves are there, you know, and we get huge number of inbound tourists. So they are even a company of chai, a company of your handicraft shops, pattern sari shops, you know, making a huge impact to these people. So my paper focuses more about understanding how the sustainability concept is helping the enterprise development in rural areas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ji sir, ji sir.
That's the important aspect, one is resources,
Ji sir.
then there is another marketing of the products. How many such initiatives came to being initially, and have they been replicated by other parts of the country or even Maharashtra?
With reference to rural tourism,
Right. These type of huts and all that, or entrepreneurship skills, what they are doing it.
yes.
Have they been replicated, or there are also people who are monopolizing it, giving the jobs to the rural areas and all that, and in the charity also?
Yes, sir. Sir, I am working very closely with the government of Himachal, and I am also working very closely with Maharashtra government and Bihar government as well for the development of rural tourism. like you rightly mentioned, that how these big people start their concept, they make money. So there is concept of leakage in tourism, So there should not be a leakage in the areas. In order to avoid that, we are trying to, let me tell you first, this is a wonderful question you asked me. So in order to avoid that leakage, we want to empower these people so that they develop their concept and the money revolves around that. That is very, very important. नहीं तो सर कोई भी बड़ा करोड़पति आके resort खोल लेगा, he will exploit the environment, he will exploit the social and the money will be leaked. So we want to avoid that so that they empower local people. वो खुद का ही खुद से start करें.
My question was slightly different.
जी.
Local initiative they are most welcome, salute to them.
जी.
But whether initiative have been replicated by similar people, similar background people in different parts of the Maharashtra?
Yes, I was coming to that. So in parts of Himachal, in the Tirthan Valley, close to Manali, we have there are people who have just started this concept, and I was also the part of it. In parts of Nubra Valley in Leh Ladakh, this is one of the concepts which is actually have reached. In parts of Bihar, it is also coming up. In parts of UP close to Jhansi and Bundelkhand area, there are people who have already been developing the rural tourism concept and been trying to understand the resources in that particular area which can be developed and being marketed to the national and international level. Yes.
I have asked why.
Yeah, yes, sir. Please.
I'm likely to leave Maharashtra in the near future to see some of the NGOs. Do the NGOs have or such initiative have the facility of bread and breakfast scheme, just like in Delhi we have? You will provide the bread and stay facility, have the breakfast, daytime you go out, pay some little bit amount or so reasonable, and you will enjoy the setting also, plus the hospitality, plus the food and everything together.
Before answering your question, I would like to invite you to Aurangabad. You should definitely come to Aurangabad. First of all, we have the first UNESCO heritage site, Ajanta-Ellora. You must come and see how beautiful it is and how well it has been restored. Because very soon they are going to close Ajanta, so you will never be able to see that 3D painting of 5,000-year-old. So we have an NGO called Project. I work very closely with them. So what happens? We train underprivileged students over there, and they have around 60 room facilities. They are the one who take care of those facilities, and the course is for 2.5 months. So every 2.5 months they get the students from different parts of the country. And they are the one who clean the room, they are the one who cooks the food, they are the one who are the guides for you. They will take you around the Ajanta-Ellora, even the rural areas, and it's very cheap. I think it's 1,500 rupees. With the meals, you get to stay and to travel. So,
I would love to have it.
Certainly, sir. And we have trained around 23,000 kids by now. And most of them are actually working now in Taj Hotels, in Marriott, in almost everywhere. Yeah. So,
you can just have one. There's a concept of professor of practice, and we have also, I'm a member UGC, is making the guidelines for local artists and artisans to be converted into the higher education institute. So they're already done on their website to define this. So what I will ask you, because your topic is really engaging and full of practice. So what you can do is you can connect with the higher education institute to actually percolate and circulate the model of sustainability with these schools as well as the higher education schools to make a real difference and be an agent of sustainable change. So that's my advice. Lovely presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll connect with you after. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions, students? No, come on, you must ask questions. Either you have understood everything or you have not understood everything.
We have understood.
Understood, you liked it? So please visit the rural areas. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I should wait it for 15 minutes, I see.
After a wonderful first presentation, our next presentation is by Dr. Avdesh Patel. Dr. Avdesh Patel.
लगा देंगे, ये तो बहुत चलेगी।
यथोक्त अभिवादन। मैं डॉक्टर अवधेश पटेल, समाधान कॉलेज बेगूसराय छत्तीसगढ़ से आईटी दिल्ली के कैंपस में आज जिस विषय पे अपनी रिसर्च पेपर की प्रस्तुति दे रहा हूँ वह है मध्यस्थ दर्शन सहअस्तित्ववाद प्रणेता श्रद्धेय नागराज जी के आलोक में सतत विकास के लिए, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के लिए अभिनव शिक्षा का स्वरूप। इस टॉपिक में मैं कुछ बातें आपके बीच जो रखना चाहूँगा वो है एक नया अनुसंधान है मध्यस्थ दर्शन, जिसके आधार पर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कैसे सुनिश्चित हो सकता है। मध्यस्थ दर्शन सहअस्तित्ववाद, जिसके प्रणेता श्रद्धेय नागराज जी हैं, उन्होंने चेतना विकास मूल्य शिक्षा का प्रस्ताव प्रतिपादित किया है, जो आज बहुत सारे एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट में संचालित है। दिल्ली का हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम हो, आईटी कानपुर, CSVT और बहुत जगह छत्तीसगढ़ स्कूल एजुकेशन में। तो चेतना विकास मूल्य शिक्षा एक ऐसा एजुकेशन सिस्टम है जिसके माध्यम से सार्वभौम मानवीय आचरण, यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन कंडक्ट, यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन एजुकेशन, यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन ऑर्डर और यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, इसका सार्वभौम स्वरूप व्याख्यायित होता है, जिसके माध्यम से स्त्री पुरुष में समानता, गरीबी अमीरी में संतुलन और प्रकृति में संतुलन, इस चीज को हम स्पष्ट रूप से देख पाएंगे। अभी हम देख रहे हैं तो पूरे प्रकृति में क्या हो रहा है। तो पूरे प्रकृति में अब तक हम पढ़ते आए हैं सजीव अवस्था, निर्जीव अवस्था, लेकिन मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ पूरे प्रकृति में 4 अवस्थाएं हैं: पदार्थ अवस्था, मटेरियल ऑर्डर, प्राण अवस्था, पेड़ पौधे, और जीव अवस्था, पशु पक्षी, और ज्ञान अवस्था, मानव। इन चारों अवस्थाओं को देखें तो पदार्थ अवस्था जो मिट्टी, पत्थर, मणि, धातु है, ये प्राण अवस्था के लिए पूरक है, सहयोगी है, और प्राण अवस्था और पदार्थ अवस्था मिलकर जीव अवस्था के लिए पूरक है, सहयोगी है, और ये तीनों आपस में एक हार्मनी के साथ है, और तीनों सम्मिलित रूप से मिलके मानव ज्ञान अवस्था की इकाई है, उसके लिए पूरक सहयोगी है। लेकिन जैसे ही मानव को देखते हैं तो क्या हम मानव इन तीनों अवस्थाओं के लिए पूरक हो पा रहे हैं? वहाँ क्वेश्चन मार्क है। हम ना पदार्थ अवस्था के साथ पूरक हो पा रहे हैं, ना प्राण अवस्था के साथ, और ना ही जीव अवस्था के साथ। इसी के कारण से ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हमें यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है, और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का जो सबसे बड़ा कारण है वो ह्यूमन बीइंग है, मानव है। नेक्स्ट हम देखते हैं आदमी जीता कहाँ है। एक तो नेचर के साथ, दूसरा आदमी आदमी के साथ। तो हर आदमी किसी परिवार में पैदा हुआ है और जीता किसी न किसी समाज में है, और हमने अपने ह्यूमन बीइंग ऑर्डर, मानव व्यवस्था बना लिया है, जिसमें स्कूल, कॉलेज से लेकर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सब कुछ आ गया। तो यहाँ भी हम देखें तो क्या आदमी परिवार के साथ तृप्तिपूर्वक जी पा रहा है? वहाँ भी क्वेश्चन मार्क। आदमी समाज के साथ तृप्तिपूर्वक जी पा रहे हैं क्या? वहाँ भी क्वेश्चन मार्क है। और हम क्या मानवकृत व्यवस्था जो बनाए हैं उसके साथ भी तृप्तिपूर्वक नहीं जी पा रहे हैं। इसके कारण 2 प्रॉब्लम से हम जूझ रहे हैं पूरी मानव जाति, एक ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, एक फैमिली वार्मिंग। तो देखते हैं वर्तमान जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है उसमें प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पर है। 4 प्रकार की मुख्य मान्यताएं एजुकेशन सिस्टम ने हम सबको दिया है, जिसमें पहला है हर व्यक्ति पढ़ा लिखा हो। बहुत अच्छा है, लेकिन पढ़ाई लिखाई का क्रम क्या हो, वस्तु क्या हो, कंटेंट क्या हो, शिक्षित होने का प्रमाण क्या हो, कि हर आदमी संबंधों में प्रकृति के साथ, मानव के साथ तृप्तिपूर्वक जी पाए। दूसरा एक मान्यता व्याप्त है हर परिवार अधिक से अधिक साधन संपन्न हो। अब ये मान्यता तो अच्छा है, लेकिन वो साधनों का उपार्जन कैसे हो कि प्रकृति की समृद्धि भी बनी रहे, और एक आदमी को, एक परिवार को साधनों की आवश्यकता कितनी है, ये मुख्य रूप से डिफाइन नहीं पाया है। जैसे भी थोड़ी सी बात करें, जैसे अमेरिका जितना रिसोर्सेज का उपयोग कर रहे हैं पूरे वर्ल्ड का, अगर उतने रिसोर्सेज का 200+ कंट्री उपयोग करना चाहे तो जैसे हमारी पृथ्वी है ऐसी 10 धरती भी कम पड़ेगी, 10 धरती भी कम पड़ेगी। तो हमें समझना पड़ेगा हमारा नीड क्या है, तब सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट सुनिश्चित होगा। अगला एक मान्यता व्याप्त है समाज में असुरक्षा और भय से निपटने के लिए अधिक से अधिक उपकरण। देखिए मतलब मानव आपस में तो भयभीत रहेंगे। देखिए पृथ्वी तो नेचुरल रूप से एक है, ये सारे कंट्री आदमी के द्वारा बनाए गए हैं, और सारे कंट्री सबसे ज्यादा रिसोर्सेज उसका बजट का जो यूज होता है वो है युद्ध सामग्री में। सबसे ज्यादा बजट एजुकेशन में, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में नहीं होता, युद्ध सामग्री में। अभी धरती को 60 बार से अधिक बार नष्ट कर सके, इतने ज्यादा युद्ध सामग्री बन चुके हैं। सोचो एक बार के बाद दूसरी बार नष्ट करने के लिए कुछ बचेगा ही नहीं, लेकिन मोर देन 60 टाइम नष्ट कर सकते हैं, और लगातार उसमें काम चल रहा है, अभी लगातार युद्ध। एक प्रॉब्लम। दूसरा देखिए प्रकृति पर विजय। नेचर हमारे लिए सहयोगी है, पूरक है, ऐसा ना सोच के हमारा विजय प्रकृति पर हो। इसके लिए विज्ञान का जो देखिए आपने विज्ञान और तकनीकी का जो दिशा है उसका अविवेकपूर्ण प्रयोग के कारण जंगल कम हो रहे हैं, धरती प्रदूषित हो रही है, पानी हर जगह। इसका एकमात्र कारण है आदमी। तो सतत विकास क्या है? सतत विकास का अर्थ एक ऐसे विकास से है जो वर्तमान की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के साथ साथ भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं को भी ध्यान रखे। विकास ऐसा हो जो केवल ढांचा खड़ा करने में विश्वास न रखता हो, बल्कि अन्य पहलुओं जैसे मानव संसाधन के विकास, पर्यावरण संतुलन, संसाधनों आदि संबंध में भी ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। 2015 में 17 लक्ष्यों को लेकर 193 देश एकजुट हुए। यूएनओ का भी लक्ष्य, आप सबने इसको देखा होगा, जिसमें नो पॉवर्टी से लेके पार्टनरशिप फॉर द गोल्स, मैं इसमें डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट आप में से सब लोग जानते हैं। ये सुनिश्चित कैसे होगा उसकी थोड़ी सी बात मैं रखूंगा। एक 3 साल का विद्यार्थी वर्तमान एजुकेशन सिस्टम में इतने सारे कंटेंट के साथ गुजरता है। और देखिए, कोई भी महापुरुष 20 साल से तपस्या नहीं किया है, लेकिन आज हर बच्चा कम से कम 20 साल प्रेजेंट एजुकेशन सिस्टम में दे रहा है। और यहाँ निकलने के बाद अगर हम उनसे पूछते हैं क्या वर्तमान महंगी शिक्षा हमारी संतान को आजीवन संबंधों में विश्वासपूर्वक जीना सिखा पा रही है? क्वेश्चन मार्क। अगला प्रश्न पूछते हैं क्या समाज के प्रति जिम्मेदार हो पा रहा है? क्वेश्चन मार्क। क्या हमारी शिक्षा संतान को प्रकृति व मानव के साथ संबंध पूर्वक और शोषण मुक्त जीने का तरीका सिखा रही है? क्वेश्चन मार्क। उम्र व शिक्षा बढ़ने के साथ साथ अभिभावकों के साथ दूरी कैसे बढ़ रही है? प्रकृति के साथ हमारी दूरी कैसे बढ़ रही है? वहां भी क्वेश्चन मार्क है। तो देखिए कुछ निष्कर्ष। निष्कर्ष ये है, पूरे अस्तित्व में केवल 4 अवस्थाएं हैं, जिसमें से 3 अवस्थाएं पदार्थ, प्राण और जीव अवस्था आपस में पूरक है। प्रकृति के कोई नियम है जो निश्चित है, निरंतर है, सार्वभौमिक है, यूनिवर्सल है, इसे किसी आदमी ने नहीं बनाया है। उस नियम के साथ पदार्थ अवस्था है, बिल्कुल 118 आप एलिमेंट को देख लीजिए, वो किसी निश्चित नियम के साथ है। ठीक है, प्राण अवस्था किसी निश्चित नियम के साथ है, पदार्थ अवस्था भी नियम के साथ है। आदमी को देखें तो ह्यूमन बॉडी जो है, इसके सारे सेल्स किसी निश्चित नियम के साथ है, लेकिन आदमी के साथ जो विचार वाला चीज है वो किसी निश्चित नियम में नहीं है। वहां पर कुछ गड़बड़ है, मानसिकता में गड़बड़ है। और एजुकेशन का जो सबसे बड़ा काम है वो है मानसिकता पे काम करना। यदि मानसिकता ठीक होती है तो निश्चित तौर पर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट हो सकता है। तो देखिए 4 अवस्थाएं परस्पर पूरक है। मनुष्य भी पूरक होना चाहता है, लेकिन समझ में कमी के कारण वह पूरक और सहयोगी नहीं हो पा रहा है। और जिन जिन लोगों को समझ में आ रही है वो निश्चित तौर पर प्रकृति के साथ पूरक और सहयोगी होकर जीने का प्रयास भी कर रहे हैं। तो तालमेल ना होना ही अव्यवस्था है, समस्या है। तो सबसे बड़ा जो कारण वो है कि आदमी जो है जीव चेतना में, एनिमल कॉन्शियसनेस के साथ है। भी बहुत सारे लोगों ने कॉन्शियसनेस की बात की, तो 2 चेतना है, एक एनिमल कॉन्शियसनेस, एक ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस, मानव चेतना। तो जो पशु चेतना की जो मान्यता है वो 3 प्रकार का है, पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड व्याप्त है। और बाय एजुकेशन जैसी कंडीशनिंग हम दे रहे हैं। धन ही सब कुछ है, इंद्रियों में ही सारा सुख है, सेंसरी प्लेजर, सुविधा अधिकतम और आधुनिकतम ही जीवन शैली है। और सुविधा संग्रह हेतु सभी अपराध और गलतियों को सही मान लेना, इसके मूल कारण है एनिमल कॉन्शियसनेस। चेतना विकास करता है पशु चेतना से मानव चेतना की ओर संक्रमण करना। अब थोड़ी सी बात में आता हूँ। 3 प्रकार की समस्या है। स्वयं में व्यवस्था को हम नहीं समझ पाए, बाय एजुकेशन मैं क्या हूँ, कैसा हूँ, क्या चाहता हूँ। शरीर में व्यवस्था को नहीं समझ पाए हैं, परिवार में व्यवस्था को नहीं समझ पाए हैं, समाज में व्यवस्था को नहीं समझ पाए हैं, और प्रकृति में नहीं समझ पाए हैं। समस्या बराबर अपूर्ण समझ बराबर भ्रम बराबर दुख। एक थोड़ी सी एग्जाम्पल दूंगा, वैसे बहुत से एग्जाम्पल है, एक एग्जाम्पल दूंगा। जैसे हम रॉबिन्सन को पढ़ते और पढ़ाते हैं, वांट्स आर अनलिमिटेड, रिसोर्सेज आर लिमिटेड। हम सबको सही लग रहा होगा आप सबको, लेकिन ठीक से जाने तो अभी थोड़ी देर में आपके बीच वांट्स को मैं रखूंगा। वांट्स अनलिमिटेड नहीं है। 2 प्रकार की आवश्यकताएं हैं। आदमी के शरीर की आवश्यकता अलग है, जिसे पूरा करने के लिए प्रकृति में रिसोर्सेज पर्याप्त है। आदमी की मन की आवश्यकताएं बिल्कुल अलग है, वो निरंतर चाहिए, हर क्षण हर पल चाहिए, है ना। और वो अलग तरीके से पूरा होगा जो भाव की आवश्यकताएं हैं। अभी उसकी चर्चा करेंगे। जैसे ही सुनते वांट्स आर अनलिमिटेड, हमारे अंदर इनसिक्योरिटी आता है। इनसिक्योरिटी से भय, भय से संग्रह, संग्रह से शोषण, शोषण का ही विरोध है तो नक्सलवाद, आतंकवाद व्यवस्था के रूप में दिखता है। यही से युद्ध और संघर्ष, फिर असुरक्षा। यानी हमें सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में प्रकृति के नियम को सस्टेन करना है। हमने इनसिक्योरिटी को सस्टेन कर लिया है और ये लगातार हम परोस रहे हैं। तो इसमें भी जांचने की जरूरत है। आगे देखते हैं तो पूरे मानव जाति का जो मूल प्रश्न है वो यही है, मैं क्यों जी रहा हूँ, सही जीने का तरीका क्या है। तो मुख्य रूप से है जिसे आनंद कह रहे हैं, सुख, आदमी सुख के लिए जी रहा है, कंटिन्यूअस हैप्पीनेस के लिए। तो मानव का समस्त प्रयास केवल और केवल सुख के लिए समर्पित है। सुख बराबर समझ, जो जैसा उसे वैसा ही जानना। इस प्रकृति में चारों अवस्थाओं का जो प्राकृतिक नियम है, जिसे किसी आदमी ने नहीं बनाया है, किसी भी नियम को आदमी ने नहीं बनाया, जो यूनिवर्सल नियम है, वो प्रकृति प्रदत्त स्वस्फूर्त विधि से है, आदमी ने पहचाना है। जैसे मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, माइक किसी नियम से काम कर रहा है, ये प्रोजेक्टर किसी नियम से काम कर रहा है, इस नियम को किसी आदमी ने पहचाना है, ये नियम प्रकृति में ऑलरेडी मौजूद है। तो जो जैसा उसे वैसा ही जानना, इसी का नाम है समाधान, इसी का नाम समझ, इसी का नाम सुख। तो मध्यस्थ दर्शन शास्त्रित्ववाद का प्रस्ताव है कि अब तक शिक्षा विधि में जो भी आया है, आदमी ने सुविधा संग्रह संबंधित बहुत बड़ा काम कर लिया, सारे रिसर्च, सारे इनोवेशन, लेकिन उससे आदमी को तृप्ति नहीं मिला। हमने बहुत कुछ बना लिया, इसके बावजूद भी कुछ ना कुछ अधूरापन हमारे अंदर है। वह अधूरापन इसीलिए है क्योंकि आदमी ज्ञान अवस्था की इकाई है, इसे जीव चेतना के एजुकेशन से, केवल सुविधा संग्रह से तृप्ति मिल ही नहीं सकता। एक आदमी की इच्छा को पूरा कर सके वो प्रकृति की ताकत नहीं है। लेकिन धरती के अभी तो 800 करोड़ लगभग होने जा रहे हैं, 1000 करोड़ 1500 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन होगा धरती का, तो भी प्रकृति में इतनी समृद्धि है, पदार्थ अवस्था की मात्रा सबसे ज्यादा है, उससे कम प्राण अवस्था, उससे कम जीव अवस्था, फिर सबसे कम आदमी है। ये नेचुरल तरीके से आया है। तो प्रकृति में इतनी संसाधन मौजूद है कि आदमी की तरीका सस्टेनेबल तरीके से आवश्यकता पूरा हो सकता है। तो आगे देखते हैं, चेतना विकास के अर्थ में विकास और शिक्षा का जो डेफिनेशन है, हर व्यक्ति में समाधान हो, बस मैं 2 मिनट में 1 मिनट कंप्लीट कर रहा हूँ। हर व्यक्ति में समाधान हो, हर परिवार में समाधान समृद्धि हो, समाज में अभय हो, प्रकृति में स्वास्तित्व हो, संतुलन हो, ये इसका लक्ष्य है। स्वयं में व्यवस्था को समझना जीना बराबर सुख, परिवार में व्यवस्था को समझना जीना समृद्धि, समाज में व्यवस्था को समझना जीना अभय, और प्रकृति और अस्तित्व व्यवस्था को समझना जीना सहअस्तित्व, को एग्जिस्टेंस। इसी के नाम है सुख, शांति, संतोष, आनंद, जो मनुष्य का लक्ष्य है। कि मैं नीड की बात कर रहा था, जो फिजिकल नीड है वो भौतिक रासायनिक है, जिसे सुविधा नाम दिए हैं, वो प्रकृति के साथ समपूरक उत्पादन से पूरा होगा, जिसे हमें सस्टेनेबल तरीके से करना है बिना धरती का नुकसान पहुंचाए। और जो स्वयं की नीड है, सेल्फ की नीड है, वो मूल्य एवं भाव की है, जो समझ के साथ पूरा होगा और सही व्यवहार के साथ। यह राष्ट्रवाद और संप्रदायवाद से मुक्त है, तर्कपूर्ण, इसलिए शिक्षा विधि अध्ययन संभव सार्वभौम है। कुछ जगह काम चल रहा है, इसमें बहुत सारे संस्थाएं काम कर रही है, जिसका नाम मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ। स्कूली शिक्षा में बहुत सारे जगह काम चल रहा है इसमें। उच्च शिक्षा में NIT रायपुर, IIIT हैदराबाद, IIT कानपुर, IISc विश्वविद्यालय, PGU के महाविद्यालय, CSVTU ने कुछ कोर्स में लागू किया इसको। कुछ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रयास चल रहे हैं, पाकिस्तान की 2 यूनिवर्सिटी में भी और रॉयल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ भूटान के सारे कॉलेजेस में। हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम जो दिल्ली में चल रहा है, इसके मूल में मध्यस्थ दर्शन शास्त्रित्ववाद है। धन्यवाद। आपके कुछ प्रश्न है तो स्वागत है।
अभी ये जो हैप्पीनेस दिल्ली में जो चल रहा है, यहाँ का जो विज्ञान है, दिल्ली ये कोर्स करिकुलम पे लेके आए ना इसको, तो इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा एनलाइट कर सकते हो, कैसे हो रहा है। मतलब यहाँ पे दिल्ली में ऑलरेडी दे हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड दिस करिकुलम। तो हाँ, नहीं यहाँ पे कुछ स्कूल आप बताओ ना क्या
दिल्ली में जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो प्रयोग चल रहे हैं, सर्वप्रथम इसके जो एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर मनीष जी ने अपने पूरे टीम के साथ इसका वर्कशॉप की, इसको समझे, वो 8-10 साल से इसे ज्वाइन है। उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी पूरे टीम के सारे अथॉरिटी को, सेक्रेटरीज लेके एजुकेशन के जो टॉप लेवल हैं, उनको वहाँ छत्तीसगढ़ में जब पूजा संस्थान है वहाँ के वर्कशॉप कराए। और चूंकि ये एजुकेशन यूनिवर्सल है, इसमें किसी चीज़ का कोई रेफरेंस नहीं आता, रेफरेंस में आदमी है और सीधा प्रकृति है, और ये यूनिवर्सल है, इसलिए हर व्यक्ति इसको स्वीकार कर पाता है। बाकी जगह किसी चीज़ को लाने का प्रयास करते हैं तो कोई न कोई रेफरेंस आता है। अगर बाइबिल को एजुकेशन लाने का प्रयास किया तो बाकी लोग विरोध करेंगे, हिंदुत्व को लाए तो बाकी लोग विरोध करेंगे, लेकिन प्रकृति के सार्वभौमिक नियम को अगर लाते हैं तो निश्चित तौर पे वहाँ किसी प्रकार का कोई विरोध होता नहीं। हाँ, इसलिए हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम में दर्शन के कुछ कंटेंट को रखे हैं और कुछ जो बच्चे हैं क्लास 1 से लेकर 8 तक के, उनको पढ़ाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ में भी
यूनिवर्सिटी में भी हैप्पीनेस सब्जेक्ट आ गया। AICT भी वुमेन वैल्यू एजुकेशन में,
हाँ, AICT में भी 1-1 फ्रॉम का जो इंडक्शन प्रोग्राम होता है उसमें ये लागू है। इसमें धीरे धीरे प्रयास कर रहे हैं, अवेयरनेस आ रही है, और जितने संस्थाएं से जुड़े काम कर रहे हैं वो पूरी तरह बिना मानव का, बिना प्रकृति का शोषण करते हुए कैसे जी सकता है, इसके विकल्प में काम कर रहे हैं।
Thank you so much, Dr. Avdesh, for your presentation. It is a pleasure now to have with us Dr. Ramesh Bijlani. He is a revered guest for us for this conference. I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Ramesh Bijlani to the audience. Once a professor at the All India Institute of Management Sciences, New Delhi, Dr. Ramesh Bijlani is now a spiritual seeker at Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Delhi branch. He is an inspirational speaker and a prolific writer with more than 25 books to his credit. He likes to be called a chemist who dispenses small doses of love and wisdom from the inexhaustible pharmacy of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. I would request Indrani Di to welcome sir. In fact, all our participants today will be getting his book, The Philosophy and Practice of Integral Education, along with the material that they have received. I would now request Dr. Bijlani to kindly address the audience.
Actually, we brought this book for the participants, but we have not given earlier because we wanted that you should take his signature and affection, and then you should get it. So.
The Sustainable India team, with most of whom I am already familiar, my brothers and sisters, boys and girls. Very kind of you to ask me to speak as soon as I came, as if the program has been just reorganized to accommodate me and make me suit my convenience. The topic is sustainability, but that is a topic that is relatively new. When I was growing up, we were not very conscious of it. It was not taught anywhere, it was not discussed. So I'm not very familiar with it, although I realize its value. So instead what I'll do is I'll talk on something which is tangential to it, which also is very relevant because when I came, the paper that was going on was on education. That is one thing on which I can say something. And related to that, another thing on which the conference is focused, this meeting is focused, and that is research. The two are in fact closely related because it's only a research-minded teacher who makes a good teacher. And therefore, the two are in fact not really far away from there. So the system of education that I have learned something about in the last 25 years or so, after getting connected to Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, is the system of integral education. although I've been a teacher for more than for almost 50 years now. But I turned to integral education rather late, and then realized how it goes beyond other systems of education and why that is important. There are two aspects of that. Integral education is a holistic system of education, but more than holistic, which means that it seeks to educate all parts of the being. And when we say all parts of the being, one may also clarify that it means not just the body and the mind with which we tend to identify ourselves, but also our divine essence, the soul. It takes into account all these. But what I'll emphasize is not all these aspects, although each of these could be a topic in itself. How to educate the body, how to educate the emotional part of the being, how to educate the intellect, and how to make sure that all these tools, basically the body and the mind are tools, and the mind itself has two aspects, the feeling and thinking. How all these tools can be used in the best possible way. And the best possible way can be the one in which we draw our inspiration, our light, our guidance from our divine essence, the soul. So that is the way these instruments can function the best. And that is what this is about, and how to do that is something which can be a big topic, and I will not take too much time. The important thing is that the taking into account the soul is not the fourth aspect of this system. It's not that the body, the emotional part of the being, the intellect, and then taking into account the soul, so 4 aspects. It's not 4 aspects. In fact, taking into account the soul is the center, it's the pivot, around which the other 3 revolve. So that the 3 instruments, that the body, the emotional part of the being, and the intellect, they work in light of the soul. The soul is the pivot, the others revolve around it. So that is the approach in integral education. And what I'll talk about is primarily why taking into account the soul is important, and secondly a bit about the education of the intellect, because that is very relevant to research. Now, to understand why taking into account the soul is important is that the soul is not an entity which just gives us the consolation that some bit of us will continue to live even after we are dead and gone. Soul is of course immortal, but then the soul is not just that passive entity which continues to live even after we are dead and gone. It also has a dynamic aspect. It has an aspect that takes part in day-to-day life. It puts in that faint whisper which tells us what the right thing to do is. And not only that, it is also coupled to a reward and punishment system, so that we are rewarded for doing the right thing and punished for doing the wrong thing. Now, to just give you one example, suppose there is a building on fire, and a fireman has reached there, and he's told that there are a few people trapped inside the building. Now, it suddenly gets an impulse, let me go and rescue these people. If he doesn't do it immediately, it's quite possible that then he starts thinking that inside this burning building it will be very hot and suffocating. It will also be risky, I may die, and then who will take care of my family? Now suppose as a result of this, he does not actually enter the building. And later on it's discovered, particularly if it's discovered that some people actually were trapped inside and they died. How does he feel? He feels very bad. Because he feels that I knew what the right thing to do was, but somehow I lost the courage. I didn't actually do it. Not only he feels bad, he gets recurrent uneasiness. This episode keeps coming back to him again and again for years, maybe some throughout his life. The contrast is with the other choice. Suppose he actually enters the building, then irrespective of the consequences, he is very happy, he is at peace. Irrespective of the consequences, whether he could save somebody, not save somebody, in spite of all the suffocation that he experienced, still he is happy. Not only is happy, he also has peace of mind. And not only has peace of mind, he gets immense joy, and this peace is lasting. It's not interrupted by any uneasiness. He did his best. Now you can see that here there were three voices at work. The emotional part of the being telling him it will not be a pleasant experience, it will be hot and suffocating. The intellect, then supporting those choices, it will be risky, I may die, what will happen to my family? Now, why I am emphasizing this is that the intellect is not always a very good guide to what is right. The intellect is supposed to govern our feelings and moderate them, refine them, purify them, and it can do it, but only if it is used in the best possible way. Otherwise, what happens is the emotional part of the being is so powerful that the intellect gets hijacked. It gets exploited by the emotional part of the being. And the result is that the intellect then gets used up in inventing those reasons which will justify what we want to do at the emotional level. So that is what happens in that case. So intellect is not a very good guide. But then what was that impulse that initially told him enter the building? That came from his soul. So the soul does participate in day-to-day life. And then we also saw the consequences of listening to that voice or not listening to this voice, that free will we have. If he listens to that voice, he gets joy and lasting mental peace. That is the reward. And if he does not, he gets sense of guilt and recurrent uneasiness. That is the punishment. So there's an inbuilt system of reward and punishment also coupled to the soul. So the soul is a very active part of our being. And this is something which anybody can identify with. It has nothing to do with religion. Because it's a part of our being. And therefore everybody can identify with it. I've spoken about these things to groups in which there were many Muslims and Christians, and of course from other sister religions of Buddhism like Hinduism, like Buddhism and Jainism. There's no problem, because this is something which anybody can identify with. And why is that important? That's important because if we use this approach, then we are not giving the child a set of values to be followed. We are not having a textbook of moral education, do this and don't do that. Why? For a number of reasons. Firstly, the child doesn't have to be told what is right. The child already knows it. Even a child knows what is right and wrong. It's our illusion that we have to teach the child. The child knows it. And the other thing is that no child likes sermonizing. Thirdly, if you set up an exam, the child may score 100% marks because the child knows what is right. Even if there's no textbook. If there's textbook, he knows it's even better. But then still he may not do the right thing, because evil can be tempting and very enjoyable for a short period. And that is why the child sometimes does things which are not right, just as adults do. They also get tempted by so many things and they end up doing wrong things. But then the child, as well as the adult, what does he try to do when he does something wrong? He tries to hide it. He thinks that I'll do it very cleverly so that nobody will find out. If nobody is watching, doesn't matter, I'll not be punished. The teacher will not punish me, the parent will not punish me, and as an adult we feel the police will not be able to catch me, the court will not punish me. So essentially the process remains the same. Now in this integral approach, we are not sermonizing. We are just teaching in such a way, through stories, questions, reflections, etc., that the child internalizes this message that if I do something right, I get a reward, I feel happy, I feel at peace, and for this I am not dependent on any reward from the teacher or the parent. Even more important, if I do something wrong, I feel guilty and I get recurrent uneasiness. That is a punishment, and that is a punishment which comes from within. The teacher or the parent doesn't have to give it. So once the child realizes while growing up that for doing something wrong, there is a punishment which nobody can escape. It's not that if somebody is watching, then only I'll be punished. There's a punishment which nobody can escape. If he realizes that, then we'll have less crime in the society. So that is what is important. So it's not by giving the child a set of values. Of course, it is better than doing nothing. But just a textbook of moral education which teaches what is right and what is wrong is not the important thing. And when we're talking about happiness curriculum, again, happiness is not something which we can go and grasp. Happiness comes as a byproduct of living a good life. So if the child understands that life will be good, life will be meaningful, if I internalizing this message, not through sermons, but internalizing this message, the child will, in general, be doing the right thing without even moral education, and will also be a happy person. So both happiness and goodness are ensured. This question was raised long back by Victor Hugo in his novel La Miserable. Are we happy because we are good, or are we good because we are happy? One way of looking at it can be that we can afford to be good only if we are happy. So we are good because we are happy. But actually that's not true. It's the other way around. We are happy because we are good. If we are good, we'll automatically be happy. Because when we feel that in the society, all the power, prestige, name and fame and wealth, all this is going to people who are not listening to that inner voice and doing the wrong things. And therefore they are happy. But that is only on the surface. Go a little deeper. These are the people who are having maximum psychological issues for which they are going to psychologists and psychiatrists. These are the people who are finding it difficult to fall asleep at night and taking sleeping pills. They need it more than the person who is living a good and clean life. He can sleep even on a railway platform. These people can't sleep well even on a comfortable bed. Because money can buy you a comfortable bed, it can't buy you sleep. So it's only on the surface that we feel that they're very happy people because they have all this. And those people, after getting all this, they have realized what life is about. They have given their life a new direction. And that direction again being taking care of the needs of the soul rather than more of the same. And those who have not realized it, they are the ones who go into depression, go to psychologists, psychiatrists, and the tip of the iceberg is some of them end up committing suicide. And this is again becoming very important even for young people, because a few young people like top sportsmen, film stars, beauty queens, they are earning a lot of money at a very young age. And therefore, they can't figure out, if I have everything that I wanted, why is it I'm still unhappy? Why is that emptiness in life? They can't understand it because life has not been understood. And then they go into a depression, they start taking drugs and so on. They feel that will solve the problem, that doesn't, and then they commit suicide. There have been a few examples, one after another in the last few years, so that's why I'm digressing in that direction. Now this is one part. How about the other part, the research part? That is more closely related to the intellect, the education of the intellect. And the important thing is that all research starts with a question or a set of questions. And we find it very difficult to ask a good question. That's again something which is the roots of which lie in school education. It's not that you can construct a big research institute like the IIT and give the freedom to import any equipment from anywhere in the world and you'll get the best quality research. That is not what will do it. What will do it is the ability to ask a good question. That is the starting point. That doesn't come with money again. It's not money that can buy that. With money one can construct buildings and get the equipment, but one can't get that. My usual experience has been that when you are speaking to a group of school children, say it's primary school level, and you ask them any questions, they have plenty of questions. By the time they reach class 12, they have very few questions. And if you talk to a group of grown-up adults, particularly my age, in that age group, if you ask them any questions, they never have a question. But one or two will definitely get up and they feel asking a question is an invitation for giving another mini lecture. That's what we think is a question. Which means that we really have, by the time we reach even class 12, we have in effect lost the ability to ask questions. And why does that happen? And that happens because our whole focus is on factual recall. And educationists know that the learning style of students is guided primarily by the system of assessment. You may give as much lip service as you want to developing abilities of curiosity, logical thinking, creative thinking, original thinking. You can pay lip service to all these as much as you like, but if in the examination it is factual recall that you are rewarding, children will still remember the facts which have to be reproduced in the exam. That is what will determine their learning style. This has been put very beautifully by an educationist who has said, Stella Lowry. She says that that assessment is the tail that wags the dog of education. The education is the main thing, the dog thing. assessment like a little tail. But in this case, it's not the dog that wags the tail, it's the tail that wags the dog. Assessment is the tail that wags the dog of education. The way the students will learn is determined primarily by what you reward in exams. And therefore, our way of teaching has to change and our examination system has to change. Both have to change. We need a thorough overhaul. Otherwise, we'll keep producing parrots rather than people who are capable of thinking. And the price we are paying for producing more of parrots and photocopiers than people who have originality and ability to ask good questions, the price we are paying is that in spite of having a very large scientific manpower in terms of numbers, our contribution to generation of new knowledge is dismal. And with that, I think I can stop. And again, in integral education, we emphasize those healthy approaches which will develop faculties of learning higher than rote memory. And that is again important. And that can again be also done in light of the soul, or what we call the psychic being the dynamic aspect of the soul, because that can be done in that light, because the intellect also has to be used in that light. Otherwise, the intellect will also remain busy, even if it becomes original and creative. Will keep coming up with more innovative, more creative ways of doing wrong things in the society. Because crime also needs a lot of originality and sharp thinking. So how the intellect has to be used is important, how the instrument is used is equally important. So the light of the guidance from within is important so that it gets used for good research, scientific research, and not for good crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wise words. I mean, I have a young daughter, and the concept of internalizing happiness and guilt is something that I can really share with her. But before that, I should, let my inner voice, I should listen to my inner voice first before explaining the things to her. So, our next presenter is Miss Mahima Sangwan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mahima Sangwan from MD University, Rohtak. I'm currently pursuing my PhD on the topic status, potential and challenges of solar rooftop panels in the state of Haryana. And while I was collecting the data about the installation of solar rooftop panels, I collected the data from HAREDA, that is the Department of Energy of Haryana. And then when I was segregating the data and when I was working on it, I actually came across certain facts and I decided on this research topic for that purpose. Actually, the largest number of installations in Haryana are basically done in the Gurgaon district. This is because there is a lot of employment opportunities in Gurgaon. It is the 8th largest city in terms of GDP in India. It is the 2nd largest hub of software technology. It is the 3rd largest hub of banking sector, and that's why there's a lot of immigration from other parts of the country. There's a lot of mixing from the country, and many people are settling there, which is actually increasing the need of electricity there. And as we know, that a sustainable world is important, because after industrial revolution we realized that a growth which we are seeing since last 200 or 300 years is taking a world to a level where our existence is questionable. So when we are talking about sustainable development, we need to talk about the alternatives of energy. And an important aspect of that is electricity. Our world is already divided between first world and third world countries, between the people uh, who have resources and those who do not have the basic amenities. So in the name of sustainable development, in the name of spreading nature-loving society, we cannot take away the right of people uh, to live with the basic amenities of healthy food, healthy air, healthy water. So if we have to achieve these things, then we need to find the alternatives, because we cannot go back to that same world, to that same old level, which was 300 or 400 years back. So when we are looking at the alternatives of creating energy in the electricity sector, then for India, the most promising is the solar energy. And in solar energy, there are multiple ways in which we can harness it. And my topic relates with the solar rooftop panels. And when I collected the data, I actually realized that there are, in the year 2016, from year 2016 to 2019, there were 4,700 something solar rooftop installations in Haryana, out of which 800 plus were only in the Gurgaon district, which makes a huge difference because the entire state is surviving only on 4,000 something rooftop panels, and the rest of the state, and for the rest of the state, that data is being manipulated by a single district. So why is that happening? And if that single district is performing so well, then what are the reasons behind that? How we can implement the same growth into other cities? How we can copy that projects which are undergoing in that district? And I realized that there are no specific projects which are undergoing there. There is nothing special occurring there, but because of the people who are living there are coming from various sectors, they are settling down there, and they are basically working in the technical sector and are able to grasp the reality of the solar rooftop panels, but how that is actually working at the ground. So for to realize that thing, to understand that, I conducted a primary survey based on a questionnaire, and out of that questionnaire, I have only taken one indicator of awareness for this research paper, and it was based on multiple factors which I'll be discussing further. But the thing is that even when I realized the objective of my study was to find out the awareness status among household users of solar rooftop panels in Gurgaon, Haryana. What I realized in this survey, which I conducted of 100 households out of 816 households that were present in the district at the time, I realized that there is not much of an awareness regarding various aspects. That is among the people who belong to the middle class educated society who can actually afford solar rooftop panels, because solar rooftop panels is not something which can be afforded by BPL or APL families. This is not something which can even be afforded by lower middle class section of the society, even with the subsidies. It is something which will be afforded by the middle class section, which is working, which is being exposed to the new technologies and the new things which are coming in the world. And of course, there is decentralization of power, which is very important. With decentralization of power, we can actually we can actually enhance the self-reliance of people, and by this, there are many factors which are working here, like discoms, the losses which they are facing, they can be reduced, and of course, there is concept of clean energy and cleaner India. So although the government is focusing a lot on it, but the point is that can these targets actually be achieved when we look at the awareness and satisfaction level of the consumers, the end users, and what are they actually thinking about it? So that was the focus of my research work. And I asked them questions into a simple yes and no answers without getting into much details, but with the discussions which I had, I realized uh, the variables which I chose were the source of awareness, type of solar rooftop panels, ceilings on subsidy, procedures of selling or savings. Uh, Many people actually don't realize that when there is grid connectivity, the solar rooftop panels actually stops functioning at power cut, so they are not a reliable source of electricity when it comes to those far off places where there is no transformers or don't know there is no connectivity to the grid system. High sunshine reduces productivity. For nature to work, there is always an optimum temperature and optimum level of things to function, and many technical people, it is found out, that were actually not aware about this fact. Then there is a concept of waste generation. It is a very interesting thing that many people think that solar energy is a
totally clean energy when they don't realize they have just studied a concept in their school time that no energy is a totally clean energy, but still they don't know the application of it. They don't realize that solar energy is also the same kind of energy, but still they have their doubts that why is it not a clean energy if it is not producing carbon dioxide, if it is not producing carbon dioxide, if it is not using coal, if it is not using water, then how is it actually harming the environment? And that is the question raised by the very intellectual and intelligent minds of Gurgaon city. And they actually, a high percentage, I had to tell them that what about the waste disposal? After 25 or 30 years, the solar rooftop panels would decrease their output. They will be generating silicon-based material like any other electronic device. And it was a real shock to me that around 70% people out of 100 or 70 number of people didn't have any idea about waste disposal. They were not even thinking about it. They were not giving any consideration it. They even didn't have any such opinion, and they had a very lazy attitude towards it. They were not even focusing on it कि 25 साल के बाद का देख लेंगे क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है. You never know where you would be living. So that was such a lazy attitude of people. So basically what I realized is that people are not adopting an environment friendly technology because it is environment friendly or it is doing any good to the nature. They are adopting it because there are subsidies available, because there are savings in their bill, because it is because they think like I've gone through the studies of Netherlands and many such countries, and that same effect was also seen in a district like Gurgaon, that there was a social effect to it, that we look cool to people when we do these things, but when it came to actually doing it, then what are you going to do with the waste disposal? Then they had no idea about it, and many of them have studied environmental studies as their subject, and even then they have no idea about it.
Can we keep gap between mic and
So source of awareness, when I came over, asked about the source of awareness, then there was an absolute social factor related to it, and most of the people have come to know about it through their friends and family. And then there was another factor of internet, and as there are many few people who are readers of books nowadays, there was actually 0 people who said that they have come to know about it through books and encyclopedia. About types of solar rooftop panels, there's grid connectivity. When we talk about grid connectivity, they are connected to the meters, or that power is produced in solar power plants and then connected to the transformers and then sent to the grid system. Either that process or that they are just connected to the meters. And then there is the battery system, which is actually very good for those areas which are not connected to the grid. And then there is the hybrid system, which is a combination of both of these. So many people actually regret that they didn't know about the hybrid system in the beginning, because the grid system stops functioning, so that when there is a power cut, so their savings get impacted, and the availability of electricity also gets impacted at that time. When it comes to ceiling on subsidies, then definitely government is not providing 100% subsidy. Up to 10 SPVs, the government is providing 20% of the subsidies, and after that there are no subsidies provided to people. So in that case, when asked to people that whether you knew about these things, so they said no. When we approached an authority, only then we came to know about it, that there are limitations to subsidies. Otherwise, there was a misconception, a misinformation, that the government is providing them at a very minimal price. But that was not the case, so they were unsatisfied with the subsidies. Then there was procedure of selling or savings. Selling in the case of when they are producing the extra, and savings when which they see in their electricity bills. So a lot of people again said that they didn't know about the entire technical and financial procedure of the savings and selling of electricity. And it is a very high number of people who said, only 29% users actually said that they knew that the grid system will stop functioning at a power cut. They thought that there was such a bad level of awareness, such a bad level of information among people, that they thought that actually there will be electricity even when there is no electricity in the grid. And actually that thing is not possible, because if you send electricity to the grid, when there is no supply from the back, then the person who is working on the transformers or on the grid system will get electrified. And that will cause a hazard, and many people didn't know about it. And in this we are talking about people who are basically electronic engineers working in the electricity department, and they asked such questions about it, that okay, that is the fact that we do not aware about it. Then there is high sunshine reduces productivity. The optimum temperature for producing solar energy through solar rooftop panels is 24 degrees Celsius. So with every degree increase, there is a 0.4% reduction in the amount of electricity generated through them. And many people thought that the hottest months of the year actually the months where the electricity generation would be high. So when the ACs are working and when they are using those equipment, then there will be more savings. But the highest savings were actually observed in the months of March and April, and many people didn't know about this fact as well. When it came to waste generation, then 73% people didn't give a thought, didn't care to give a thought about it, and there was a very lack of any kind of enthusiasm towards environmental protection in generation. So that is actually a sad reality, that people are opting for these things, and they are also right somehow in their own stance, because we are still a growing country and many people are only living hand and mouth, and it becomes very difficult to give a thought to such a thing, because when we look at European countries, we actually realize it, that they are doing these things more and more, because there's food on their plate, they have a house to live in, their basic needs are fulfilled, so when the basic needs and basic amenities of people are fulfilled, only then they give a thought to these things. And if in a country like India, if we need to actually prosper, if we need this idea of green energy to prosper, then the misinformation or the lack of information which is there on the side of government needs to be taken care of, because without the appropriate information which we are giving to people, because we are just giving them incentives, like giving them subsidies, but that isn't going to last for very long, because then there will again be losses like we are facing in discoms, and then there will be no capital because the entrepreneurs wouldn't be getting their return. So when we consider it holistically, it is very important to spread the right information, to spread that you don't need it because it will give you electricity savings in your bills, but because you need it, because what else there is if the coal gets extinct, because we need alternatives in our world, because we need a planet to survive on, because we don't want the human race to die because of or to go into the dark because of lack of resources, which are the conventional resources, which are definitely going to get extinct someday if we recklessly go on producing things like this.
How you can spread the awareness in a right perspective and strategically to make a difference?
Ma'am, strategically, the foremost thing which needs to be told to people is that the subsidies aren't going to last forever. Why are we adopting the particular technology? It shouldn't be focused on money only. The perspective of people should change from finances to taking care of their own health, like the pollution which we are seeing, or to make a better world, to make a sustainable growth in the society. And that perspective is actually missing, and that should be done on the part of some major organizations that are working that, and the most importantly, which I think that is lacking on the part of government, because government is promoting recklessly without thinking that what is going to happen after 25 or 30 years. So you are providing an alternative, and if we are providing an alternative, then should not commit the same mistake which we did 200 or 300 years back. That use the fossil fuels recklessly and don't think about the repercussions of it. That is what we should proceed further.
Thank you so much.
Mahima Sangwan. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. I request everybody to kindly proceed for lunch. I request everybody to kindly proceed for lunch.
Before that, we are very much thankful to Divya
because I guess she is also parent doing PhD, and yet she came over here and conducted this wonderful session. Thank you, Divya, from our side. Thank you very much. So we'll give integral book from Jani sir to Divya. Divya, please come.
Everybody kindly proceed for lunch.
We will assemble here after 30 minutes. 30 minutes after lunch.
Look here.
Please come all of you. आ जाइए सब जल्दी आ जाओ। आती।
आइए आइए कौन है क्या आइए
बस इतनी है क्या ये प्रोजेक्टर की लाइट ऑफ कर दें
हाँ प्रोजेक्टर ओके look here yes मैम प्लीज थोड़ा देर आप अंदर आइए तो आप आगे आ जाइए क्योंकि आपकी दिखेंगी है हाँ बस बस आपको दिख थोड़ा सा आप ऊपर आ जाइए हाँ 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 आप बदल दीजिए yes look here this smile thank you इसी के आगे बन
Photography system. Thank you so much. Lovely meeting you all. Thank you so much. मैं अभी लंच करूँगी उसके बाद मेरे एक्चुअली खुद की प्रेजेंटेशन द स्लॉट व्हिच यू गेव टू द
हिसाब से तैयार करके लाया था।
नहीं आपको मेल में 10 मिनट्स लिखा था।
10 मिनट तो चलो हम 10 को 12 कर सकते हैं इंडियन सिस्टम तो आपने 7 मिनट कर दिया और थोड़ा कम हो गया चलो एटलीस्ट इट गॉट कवर्ड एटलीस्ट एवरीथिंग गॉट कवर्ड हाँ बस बस सर फोटो क्लिक कर दूँ?
हाँ हाँ करते हैं लंच के बाद।
लंच के बाद
या भी करना?
अरे जब आप आप पहले खा लो फिर उसके बाद।
हाँ सर अभी खा लीजिए।
साउंड में दिक्कत है।
क्या दिक्कत? साउंड में नहीं लगा क्या वो? साउंड में लगा नहीं क्या?
हमारा तो चल रहा है एक्चुअली माइक से जो जाता है ना प्रॉपर जाता है साथ में हम नहीं जाते। अगर मिक्सर से साउंड देते हैं तो नहीं आती और मिक्सर यहाँ पर वो जिसमें से आउट नहीं जा सकता और यहाँ पर जैसे नहीं सुनाई तो दे रहा है ऐसा नहीं है लेकिन थोड़ी सी हमिंग आ रही है क्योंकि जो बाकी का भी जो भी कुछ चलता है वो
ये क्या आप एक दिन पहले बोलते हैं ना तो ये कुछ अरेंजमेंट करते हैं क्योंकि ये भी ठीक रहती है काम करने
हमें तो पता नहीं ना
हाँ
ये तो हमें
तो कौन बताएगा ये आप बताओगे कि मैं बताऊँ?
नहीं ज़्यादातर फंक्शंस में तो ऑलरेडी साउंड सिस्टम होता है तो साउंड सिस्टम है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं
यहाँ क्या सिस्टम है साउंड?
इनका तो इंटरनल साउंड सिस्टम है आउट का नहीं है
लेक्चर थिएटर है ना ये ऑडिटोरियम
ऑडिटोरियम नहीं है ये लेक्चर ऐसे
तो आप कैमरा इधर लगा रहे हो तो नहीं है
खाना खाने भाई
लाइन तो छुट्टी हो
नहीं छोटी हो गई
लाइन छुट्टी हो गई
नहीं छोटी हो गई मैंने कहा कि यार ये बाजार के सामने नहीं करना होता अकेले नहीं करना होता तो फिर हर कोई आप ही भी चले जाएगा हाँ आपके यहाँ 4 दिन की है और ऊपर ऑल ओवर इंडिया का
हम करना पूरा चला करते हैं अभी भी हम जा रहे हैं बापू जा रहे हैं
अच्छा ओके
इसके अलावा
ये आपका नंबर है 186 लास्ट में नहीं अच्छा हाँ डबल सेवन ये छोटे जाते हैं काफ़ी का ट्रैवल कंपनी
नहीं उनको फूड का वो बनाते रहते हैं पूरा
पैकेज
बना के
हमारे से जुड़ी है
शूट भी करते हैं और
हमारे से बना कीजिए हमारे पूरा पूरा काम होता है शिकारी है मनाली में है लद्दाख में है सब जगह है गोवा में है एडवांस में है
गोवा में प्री वेडिंग शूट करने वाले
महाराष्ट्र में है
शिमला भी करके आए हैं
मैं आपको भेजता हूँ आपको व्हाट्सएप नंबर है
हाँ ये मेरा व्हाट्सएप
मेरा नंबर सेव कर लीजिए
और बाकी दिल्ली में मेरे साल है जो 40 वाले वहाँ से हैं
अरे वेरी नाइस आपका शुभ नाम
यशपाल
मैं आपको सर व्हाट्सएप है ना हाई करता हूँ
जी
टच में आइए सर जब भी हो बताइए
जी अभी आप कहाँ रहते हैं
महाराष्ट्र में और आपको व्हाट्सएप करता हूँ
खत्म हो गया
नहीं अब तो बहुत बाकी है
दिव्या अच्छा अच्छा
तुम क्या बात कर रहे हो सही हो तुम दिमाग से हाँ कहाँ हो अभी कहाँ नानी से बात किया क्या बोला? अच्छा, निकलो वहाँ पे बैठो। घर जाके तेरा ना जूता, मोजा, कपड़ा सब ये धोया हुआ है, अगर चाहो तो उसको पहन लो या लेते जाना, बैग भी रखना। अब तुमको जब छोड़ देंगे सर्दी अंदर तब फिर चले जाएंगे लाने में और वही रह जाएंगे, वापस हो जाएंगे। लेट हो जाएगा ना, ठीक है? बात समझ आ रही है? मतलब तुम घर में नहीं रहोगे, तुमको 10 बजेगा तुम हॉस्टल में, बस और कुछ नहीं, ठीक है? जब बोलते हैं तो फोन बोल करके काटा करो, ये सब कोई एटिकेट नहीं है, जो तुम करते हो वो नहीं करते। एक्चुअली इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, हाँ दूसरा का एड्रेस क्या है मैडम? हाँ अवार्ड भी ज़्यादा नहीं, 5 अवार्ड्स था और 6-7 पर्सन लोग हैं, 150 लोग हैं, सारे IIT वाले हैं, मोस्टली अरविंदो और IIT मतलब कॉमन लोग में ऐसे नहीं होता है, अच्छा चीज़ खरीदी वो चीज़ बहुत हाई अच्छा लगा, इट्स वेरी गुड, आप देखिए जल्दी से फिर आगे। थाईलैंड में है, हाँ नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारा थाईलैंड में है, और वो वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी के कैंपस में है, हाँ वो बहुत अच्छा रहता है जो हमारे उनके कॉन्फ्रेंस में होता है।
हाँ वरना आप उसकी डिटेल शेयर करना डॉक्टर निधि से, अलान से मांगी।
हाँ
प्लीज सी आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड माय स्टूडेंट्स सम ऑफ देयर माइट कम।
ठीक है, हैव यू शेयर्ड योर नंबर? आप शेयर कर लो, सबसे अच्छा रहेगा।
यू हैव ना श्रुति नंबर?
हाँ आई शेयर द ब्रोशर।
आई डोंट नो वेयर इज दिव्या। दिव्या बोल के चली गई है कि वॉशरूम है? वॉशरूम जाना था।
यहीं पे
हम आश्रम जाएंगे थोड़ी देर में, रजिस्ट्रेशन वगैरह
Yes.
अब हेक्टिक नहीं, वो याद रखना इस बात को, हम तुम्हारे लिए सिर्फ सोच रहे हैं कि वहाँ जाना तो हेक्टिक नहीं तुम्हारा फ्यूचर और सुनो ना, तो नानी को बोल देंगे कि ज़्यादा शाम हो जाएगा तो इसको लेके जाओ, आपको बोल देंगे। ठीक है, लेकिन ना और तुम घर जाके हमको फोन करना, हमको बता देंगे एक वेट पे कपड़ा का क्या है।
आपकी लाइट पड़ेगी, वो लाइट नहीं आएगी क्या चेहरे पे? आ रही इधर
नहीं, वो हम
इस पे करो, बंद कर दिया, चलो चल begin हाँ नमन नहीं आ रहा
खाना ही खा रहे हैं।
यार एक मिनट तू पकड़ लेगा तो ठीक
वो सुबह से भूखा था।
ओके चल चलो तो आ जाओ जल्दी आ जाओ
पूरे नहीं आ रहे। फिर भी नहीं आ रहे।
आप पीछे चले जाओ ना तो एडजस्ट कर मम्मी कह रही है चल चल देवा
और मेरी को नहीं दे।
चले सेल्फी हो चुकी है
एक सेल्फी मैंने एडिट करके लगा दिया।
चल मैम बेटा एक मिनट रखो बाबू
एडिट करके लगा
ये चीज
दोनों में से कौन सा एक है? इस तरफ?
नहीं ऋषिकेश नीचे बैठ
नहीं, ये वाले
नहीं अच्छा कोई भी
ओके, रेडी। एक मैं बैक से ले लूँ।
थैंक यू
चलिए ठीक है, आइसक्रीम कर दिए।
बच्चा लोग जो ना सिखा ये बच्चों को
बच्चे लोग सिखा देते हैं। रेडी। मैंने 4-5 क्लिक कर दिया, आपको जो पसंद आएगा आप रखिए।
थैंक यू
आपके पास एक भी रीडर है ये मोबाइल, कैसा है?
Thank you, Indra. I'll definitely stay in touch.
Sure. Thank you.
मैम मैम एंट्री हो गई भाई साहब की।
Now we are done.
अब जा।
और एक घंटा अच्छा फिर जॉन बैटरी जुड़ेंगे अभी जेवंती का
पे नहीं, इस पे।
हाँ उसको ही बोलो
हाँ तो वो absorb कर ले।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
वर्चुअली भी प्रेजेंट करेंगे ना
हेलो हेलो 1 2 3 हेलो हेलो 1 2 3 हेलो 1 2 3 हेलो 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 हेलो
आ रही है आवाज़? आ रही है आवाज़? नहीं, अब तो आई नहीं। Welcome to Sustainable India International Conference.
मुझे बताना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
So we will be starting the second session. We'll again start with the offline presentations first, and then we'll listen to our online keynote. I would call, I would invite Dr. Kamlesh Patel, Associate Professor, Delhi University, PhD, Delhi Technological University, and his area of work is microwave systems and technology. Please, Dr. Kamlesh Patel, sir. And Dr. Sandhya Malikar Patel, she is rightly principal scientist at CSIR, National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi. Please, sir and ma'am, join us as a session chair. I request Indrani Di and Kiran ma'am to welcome our session chairs. Meanwhile, Prachi, you get ready for your presentation. Now, Kiran ma'am, welcome. Sandhya ma'am. So, next participant as a presenter, Prachi Sharma.
हेलो 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 हेलो
पासवर्ड बताना वाईफाई का। तो कनेक्ट कर दिया मैंने। मेरे पास सिस्टम में अगर सिस्टम से अटैच हो सकता है HDMI पोर्ट एक्चुअली ना उसको कनेक्ट करने में टाइम लग जाएगा। तो मेरा जो कीनोट स्पीकर है ना लैपटॉप ले आती हूँ 4 o'clock। This one? Yes. Column I use करेंगे या फिर ये? I'm fine with either. Should I start? Good afternoon, esteemed panelists, judges, presenters, participants, and everyone else present here today on this forum. I, Prachi Sharma, a PhD scholar from the North Cap University, Gurugram, is going to present my working paper, some research analysis and insights that I've made till date on the lines of future innovation and sustainable development for Asian countries. And specifically, my research area does limit to itself to Gurgaon. So firstly, mentioning about the major topic here of discussion is sustainability. The topics that we have been always listening towards are sustainability, green economy, etc. So my analysis on SDGs, green economies, etc. have been on the Scopus database of around 400 odd documents, which showed a growth of around 69% till date. So ever since been 15 years, green economy, carbon economy, green HRM, etc. have been on the rise, these topics. So talking about carbon economy, a low carbon economy is the one that causes low level of GHG, that is greenhouse gases emissions, as compared with the daily carbon intensive economy. And since we are talking about sustainability in particular, it's a long-term goal, obviously, for our society, in particular for India as a country.
speed up our progress also in making and ensuring that it doesn't affect our environment in a negative manner. So, few of the yes. So in the modern world where the government and private organizations at national and international levels are taking keen interest and participating in ensuring a sustainable future for the generations to come, the community and its people at the grassroots level too shall be aware and participative in the progress. So my idea behind the title of my paper is combining efficacy of human resource management at community level with commerce and carbon economy, and it is to introduce, inculcate and innovate participation of community at the grassroots level. It should be involving the education institutes, civil departments, households and companies working together on the basis of PPP model, and at the same time one of the framework that I've been working towards is CCC, that is Community Carbon Credits. Having collected the data of around 400 odd documents and the graph area that I've been talking about, here the relevance and need and the basic context of this approach is motivation and appreciation. We've been listening to many of the keynote speakers here today. Everybody somewhere down the line did mention that when people are working towards the environment, somewhere down the line they do look up to some of the responsibilities being held towards them to know about the rewards and recognition also. So my concept, this particular title revolves around how can we, giving the responsibility towards the community, towards the basic grassroots level households also, how can they be rewarded and recognized at the same time when they are working towards the environment, when they are trying to be community and climate sensitive representatives. So every single step that is to be done in terms of conserving the environment, it has to be recognized and rewarded. So in my approach, not just reduce, reuse and recycle are the R's, but responsibility, recognition and reward. These are the R's also that I'd like to introduce in the waste management system. So since I'm talking about the triple C, that is community carbon credits, this is a concept, this is right now an innovative concept that still, I'm still working on it. I've been in talks with a few of the public department and policy makers also, and I've been trying to understand how the system works there and would this be a very effective means of framework for the community and the climate preservation or not. So a technological development and a technical mechanism to form a framework for the community with the community carbon credit, that is CCC, is to help the efforts and to monitor the efforts of all phases and forms of society. For example, let me explain and elaborate my idea to all of you. For example, let's say at the school level, at our curriculum level, be it school or college, let's say, if the students are participating in ensuring something good for the environment in terms of waste management, preserving the nature and stuff, we can ensure a certain percentage of credits towards the marking system, the graded system, that will certainly help them get an edge over the students who are not actually doing anything towards the environment, let's say. So in this cutthroat competition, if a school student is securing, let's say, 5% of that particular reservation in terms of if they have been very active in preserving the environment and being sustainable, that 5% will act a very important factor for them to get into the college they'd be certainly be pursuing towards or be dreaming of. Similarly, this is a loop economy. The same people who are working towards the environment not just stops there to get an admission in the college alone, to get a certain... Excuse me?
Your 5 years are over.
It's 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
So, as I mentioned, it was a school example or a college example, and similarly for the households also, the people there, anything that they are doing involving the AI technology, that is the artificial intelligence with the CCC technology, for example, using the Aadhaar card, your identity certificate will certainly, any activity that you do in terms of preserving the environment will keep adding to your that identity card, and that can help you get through paying tolls, let's say, monetizing any of your efforts that you're doing something towards the environment. So my idea behind this topic is any person in the society who is doing something for the environment should be rewarded and recognized in terms that they can monetize it for their own benefit, and that will certainly motivate them to do something something even better and keep doing better. And this will certainly result in a loop economy, a loop carbon economy, a green economy. And with the recognition and reward system in place, this will certainly be a continuous effort by one and all, rather than just giving a framework, a policy framework that we must do this and we must do that. Along with, if you do this, you will be able to get through this particular monetizing advantage. This will certainly help others to do even better. And in this this taking a competitive advantage of, oh, if I can do a sustainable, if I can take a sustainable step towards the environment, I'll be able to get through the toll without paying any money. That certainly will help and even encourage more and more people to come towards this noble concept. So my research area till date has been Gurugram only, and as I said, it's a working paper. I'm still under using my methodology of questionnaires and interviews, and having an interaction with the people who are actually responsible towards making sure that if this particular project is actually of some value to them, is of some value to them, they can actually introduce it. And last but not the least, I like to conclude that we must never doubt a small group of thoughtful and committed citizens can change the world, and indeed it is the only thing that ever has. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Please, we would like to ask questions. Yes. Any questions from the audience? We want to ask any questions to Prachi for our work?
No, sir, this is, I've just enrolled myself in my PhD program. It's been 3 months. So as I got to know about this conference, I thought that this is one thing I really interested towards. I'm really keen to do something for the environment. So, till date, I've been in the qualitative process only of interviewing and having a survey of, talking with the people who are at the administrative level, let's say, the politicians that are actually working towards something, if they are actually interested in this concept at all, if this would be economical for a small area, let's say in a pilot study, if this give us some or the other benefit, it can be converted into a bigger project.
You use the research questionnaire also?
Not yet, sir. It's more or less on yes, sir. Yes. Face to face interviews. Yes.
So, like you mentioned in your talk, you wanted to give some credit to the students. So, what are the activities in your mind? On what on basis of that you would like to provide some credit to the students?
So, majorly, when I was pointing about this idea, when I've been thinking on those lines, there are many activities that we can put into. That could be waste management practices. Yeah, that could be waste management practices, ensuring that they are using bicycles, or coming by themselves rather than using cars, or even if they are coming by cars, let's say, because right now, the parents do make sure that they lead their children to the school themselves. They can do a carpooling and stuff. Any single step, any single habit that can lead to reducing the carbon emission, that can lead to reducing the pollution, that can lead to greater sustainability effort would be counted. However, this is more on a broader concept. My energy would be to understand the major reasons that actually lead to pollution first, and how these can be related to the school level, college level, and household level. Certainly, it's still on the research line. It's yet to be found out.
Okay, Prachi, so it was a nice talk since you have enrolled recently for your PhD work, and you took the data from around 400 documents you mentioned, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am. In order to understand the growth rate about for this topic, if SDGs, green economy.
Out of these 400 documents or the research papers you should have gone through till date, so which paper or the document was like the kickstart for this project? For your research work. Can you please?
Of course, I will. I'd like to clarify here. In terms of, in order to understand the growth rate, we have to just collect the data and put it in the
that's fine.
RStudio.
Obviously, you wouldn't be the part of those collections and all. It's in 15 years. The growth is decided for the last 15 or 20 years of activity. But you had gone through 400 documents. So out of which document or which paper was the kickstart for your research or for your study?
Before before this conference, I had attended UNGCNI, that is United Nations Global Compact of India, one of the seminars there, and that seminar actually
Which
made
year this seminar was, organized?
in this year only, the earlier one in October. So that the discussion, it was held at there, Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited. That discussion, all the minds that actually put together and they started, talking about how important it is, the sustainability, the factor. That actually made me work towards, to kind of find out if this is something that I can work towards for my
Actually,
PhD.
the way you, into your slides, I could see that you try to touch many things, the many aspects of the country, like you wanted to meet policy makers also.
Yes,
You
yes.
have mentioned that.
Yes, ma'am.
For
Yes, ma'am.
some conditions.
Because while in that seminar only, it was more or less, concentrated towards if the policy makers understand this, if they actually let this, let's say a policy that they've been working towards, until unless they sign that the framework doesn't come into existence. So that's why.
The three RRRs, the
Responsibility, recognition, and reward. Yes.
The reward part is, it is decided, would be decided by
Policy makers. How much?
So are you in touch with any kind of such policy makers or politicians? As you mentioned, it will make some politicians as well.
The local politicians, yes. So, I just recently got married.
Sure. I can understand because it's only 3 months of your enrollment. So,
yes, ma'am. So the thing is, the Gram Panchayat elections were held just recently there. So the candidates that were working towards, trying to garner votes from the public, I tried talking to them firstly, what kind of intent they had in terms of the sustainability aspect. Similarly, the one who won, I had already made a pact with them that I'd be, just trying to have a word with you. I really want to know if this particular innovative idea that I have in my mind, I really know that it does have the intent to do something good for the society. If it can be a beneficiary to, let's say, 100 people, it can certainly be more beneficial to many more. So, in order to understand the impact, right now I've just tried to, like we are just discussing with one another, I'm just trying to get an opinion of the people, exactly, propagate with people who actually have the power to actually make it work or materialize this particular idea. So in order to get there, I know that it's a long way ahead, but I do know that this particular...
So all the best, Prachi, for your this new thing like RR, and hopefully it will be successful like the RR movie.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I definitely take that as a compliment. Thank you so much.
Next we are having Aarti Gupta as our next presenter.
A very good afternoon everyone again. Myself Aarti Gupta, I am section officer at Sri Aurobindo College Evening, as well as I am also a research scholar. This is my first ever initiative in research, and the topic and the theme is based upon the my personal experiences at academic workplace when I used to deal with my staff. So I will quote the examples in between of that. The title of my study is Challenges of Generational Diversity and its Implication at Academic Workplace, an Empirical Study. Since because I also penned down some poetry, and I on the real life based examples, I wrote something in the context of the study itself. हमारा कार्यस्थल कर्म भूमि है हमारी, हमसे ही तो पहचान है इसकी, इसका सौहार्द है मेरी जिम्मेदारी। उम्र भेद हो सकता है, कार्य प्रणाली में भेद हो सकता है, मतभेद हो सकता है लेकिन मनभेद ना होने दें। चलो ना एकता का परिचय दें, सकारात्मक रुख अपनाएं, सामूहिक प्रगति की राह पर आएं। Our workplace is our land of actions. It's recognized by us. Its harmony is our responsibility. So there may be differences in age diversity. There may be differences in way of working, in opinions, but there shouldn't be any difference in our hearts. So let's come together, let's show some solidarity and positive attitude, and let's come together on the path of progress. So India is a country of unity in diversity, and since my school time, this is my favorite term, विविधता में एकता, भारत विविधताओं में एकता का देश है. So India is a country of different caste, creed, religion, sex, and different thinking in opinions. But same kind of unity is very less seen in terms of generational diversity at workplace. Even in companies and in corporates, people have, even managers also don't know if there is some organizational structure change, and if there is some change in policy, how the different age group employees will take it. So this is a very less thought of area. So that's why I felt the need of generational diversity at academic workplace, its challenges and implication needs to be researched upon. So, and top authorities don't know, as I said already. This makes generational diversity a worldwide problem, which cannot be neglected and should be a very thought of area when framing the organizational policies. So, generational diversity, what does it mean? It means having workforce of. I'm sorry. So sorry. Is it okay now? I think this one.
It is more interactive for.
I'm sorry, I really forgot it. So, generational diversity means having workforce of a wide range of different ages that represents human resources of a workplace. And also, as defined by Zamke Rains, that a group of people who share their birth years, history, collective personality, and as a result of defining their experiences. And Mr. Michael Debzek, he has categorizes generational diversity in 5 slabs. One is silent generation, that is pre-independence time. Those are 70 years aged people and they may not know about technology. Another one is baby boomers. They are from in the age bracket from 1946 to 64. They are quite diligent, quite loyal, and they are little bit exposed to technology. And then generation X came, who are born between 1965 to 1980. They are self-reliant and convenient with technology. Then came the generation Y, who are born in between 1981 to 96. They are smart working. They are quite comfortable with the IT. And then later on, 5th generation, generation Z came, born in between 97 to 2012. They are post-millennials and they are born in technology era itself, and they are quite IT-friendly and extremely self-dependent. Even now, the generation Alpha has also about to rise. The objectives of my study are to examine the main problems which are faced by different age group employees and how to manage them, and what are the various measures that can be adopted and find out to bridge the generational gap. The literature review which I did, I found some interesting facts that Mr. Ganesh Kumar said the crux of his study is that Generation X has to play the role of a coach instead of a manager. So Generation X and Y, they need to work together in harmony for the success of an organization. And Mr. Augustine Prince, he said that there is a need to establish long-term relations with people, and it is our duty to prepare future managers in such a way that they should have crossed generational diversity barriers. Mr. Kilba Jennifer, he emphasized that Generation Y sees the world differently, and Generation X and the baby boomers, they have to align with them. The organization profile on which I have conducted study, that is my own workplace itself. It's Sri Aurobindo College Evening, which is situated in the South Delhi, in the serene, green, lush green surroundings of Sri Aurobindo Ashram. And the main objective of the college, apart from faculty and studies, it is to develop human resources of the institution as a workforce of global standards. My research methodology, the research gap, as I have already said, that the knowledge of generational contradiction at workplace is important and but less thought of. Hence, I took this area. And the methodology adopted is that I prepared some Google questionnaires and then I distributed among target population of 100, out of which 70 people responded. I prepared the Excel-based analysis on the basis of responses received from the respondents. Analysis of the theoretical research, a few of the questions of the questionnaire I have taken here. Would you like to participate in a workshop in which mostly employees of senior age are participating? Because with my accounts team itself, it's a real practical life-based questions on generational diversity. When I used to ask them, would you like to participate, a 60-year-old woman, senior assistant, would you like to participate in a workshop? But she was reluctant and less bothered and she was less interested. Whereas the younger group, the younger team, they appreciated and they asked even when is the next one going to happen. So this is the age contradiction which I have realized. So,
7 minutes over. 7 minutes over.
Please give me 2 minutes to wind up. And then, in case you don't know a few new feature of MS Office, but a junior employee knows, would you agree to learn the same from them? And another question which I have taken, would you have you assisted a co-worker senior in age in operating a computer system who is less IT friendly? Would you like to attend team building activities like workshop or recreational activities arranged by a co-worker who is younger in age? So the findings of the study were that the study revealed that majority of employees in a younger age group of 1980 to 2010 were interested to participate in a workshop having age diversified employees. And a majority of employees also think to learn MS Office and other IT equipped things from a junior employees in the age group 1980 to 2010. So here the findings of the study also revealed that the generation Y, they are more IT friendly, and whereas generation X, they are IT friendly, and but the traditionalists, they are less bothered to mingle up with the new generation. So the conclusion of the study which I found is that the challenges of generational diversity at academic workplace that can be resolved by streamlining and understanding the work morals of different age group employees. And by customizing the way of dealing with each employee, because each employee's way of thinking as per his or her age bracket is different. And it is based upon their individual work ethics. And the study can be utilized in future decision making for management as well as administrators in terms of customizing future policies planning. The study also helps to understand that conflict resolving ways like IT enabled and team binding and team building enabled environment to reduce the generational gap is very necessary, and to bring out the common ideas on a single platform of the different age group employees. The study also adds on an empirical evidence for research work at academic institutions' work. And here are the references which I used. Any questions, please?
Questions from the audience? Okay, so I have few queries actually. So you took data from your office itself.
Yeah.
Okay, you took the survey from your office people, or you approached common people as well?
Because I took the faculty members as well as the non-faculty members. I just distributed them. That was even COVID later on time. So there is no bias in that because I distributed them through Google e-questionnaires and received the responses.
The oldest person, who participated in the questionnaire was a 60 years old lady who is an SSA in your office, and who was the youngest one?
The youngest slots are from generation Y, 1980, after 85 born also people.
85 born, okay. So 85 born, around 35.
Generation Y, around Actually, no. Actually, out of this is what I said. Out of 100 questionnaires which I have distributed, 70 people responded, and the 30 ones, some out of the, for example, 15 questions, some replied to only 10 questions or 12, because I have to make a conclusive study. That's why I took the one which are solely and completed ones I have taken them.
I could see that all of your questions were relevant to IT and some workshops and something like that. Okay, were there any questions that were related to spiritualism or some traditional questions, like which were mostly liked by the like 60 years of age of
Yes, I have framed such questions also. For example, would you like to celebrate a birthday of a senior age group employee? Because of the limitation, I have taken just few questions of the questionnaire. So those kind of questions also I have taken. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was a nice one. Hopefully आपकी जो policy making में काफी future policies के लिए काफी helpful होगा. बाकी you already won our hearts with your written poem. And मतभेद मनभेद की बात हम नहीं कर सकते, but yes, of course you won our hearts. और आप you reminded me of a very old movie कल आज कल.
Yes,
पृथ्वीराज कपूर वाली. I think आप वो चीज सबको दिखानी.
Ma'am, this is a phenomenon of every day at our workplace. Yes. People they have conflicts, various conflicts, and they don't want to resolve amicably.
Okay. Hopefully, when one of your work gets published, you will be providing all of us for a well thought for all of us.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the appreciation. Thanks.
So now we will be joined with the keynote speaker for this online session from Ireland Online. So he is John Patrick Shaw. He is leading the Legato Health organization there as a head, and he is also very much practitioner of sustainability in their campus. So we'll listen to him. I will just take few seconds to connect to him.
Host needs to go on mute. Okay, so I'm going to try and share. I'm going to try and share my slides.
Hello, John.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, and we can hear you. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Yeah, very
Thank you
much
for the
happy to
invitation to
join
speak
us.
today.
Yeah. So we can start now.
So I'm not sure if my screen is presenting or not.
It is. It is presented.
So I think.
We can see your
Okay,
presentation.
so I just wondered, is it the correct screen? Yeah. Second out, I just need to get my other screen doing this. Okay.
John, you need to present.
Just give me 1 moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it now. A moment. I'll be back on. Here we go. Right. Now, hopefully it's presenting correctly.
We cannot see your screen, John.
Yeah, it's coming now, I think. Okay, now you see it?
Yes, very well.
Okay, see the full slide. Very good. So hopefully you can all hear me okay and see the slide. Everybody on the call. Thank you for the honour of speaking today. What I'd like to talk about over the next 15 minutes or so is the future of healthcare and how technology is going to make a big difference, in particular artificial intelligence. So 2050 might sound like a very long way away, but it's not really in the lifetime of a person. And decisions that we make today are going to affect our health tomorrow. So we do need to think about it now. And one of the key paths to sustainability is, of course, sustainable healthcare. So what I'd like to leave you with are three thoughts at the end of my talk. Firstly, that COVID-19 has exposed weaknesses in our current approach to healthcare. And that secondly, we will see better healthcare enabled by artificial intelligence, enabled by AI by 2050. And also to say that the technology to achieve this is already here. The technology already exists today to deliver better healthcare. So let's start by talking about COVID-19. So we think today is 11th of December 2022, but it's not. We've been pushed 5 years into the future by COVID. Technology changes that were necessary, in particular in business communications, using technology like this Google video conferencing technology, similarly Zoom and Teams, as small examples of how digitization accelerated all around us. But also, two other new realities are that we've put our health at the top now in a way we never did before. We are all much more aware of the risk factors that might make a COVID infection much worse. So we're more sensitive about our own personal well-being, our families, our parents, our children, all of those around us. And the third and other reality is that we are working from home in a way that would have been unimaginable 3 or 4 years ago. So COVID has accelerated all of these things. The other thing that's happening while this is happening is that the cost of healthcare is rising. So in the United States, this year in 2022, the United States will spend 20% of its GDP on healthcare. Now back in 1960, the United States was spending about 5% of its GDP on healthcare, a much smaller GDP, and a much smaller percentage of that smaller GDP. So there's something that has to radically change in the approach to healthcare in the US that the rest of the world is going to benefit from. So to talk a little bit about Legato first. So Legato Ireland is part of the global Legato organisation. In Ireland, we established the business about a year ago. In Ireland, we build innovative digital products to simplify healthcare. And we are the global innovation centre of excellence with a parent company. So Legato is owned by America's largest health insurance company, Elevance Health. And locally here in Ireland, we have expertise in data science, in AI, in software engineering, to build the products that are needed for this transformation that I talk about. Why did we choose Ireland? Well, Ireland leads in many key indicators on ease of doing business, availability of technology skills, and future talent pipeline. So when we look at other parts of Europe, Ireland leads in relation to having the youngest population in Europe, in having the greatest proportion of science, technology, engineering and mathematics graduates per capita in Europe, the highest availability of tech people in Europe, and then on some global indicators, we have the highest labour productivity. We're also number one in terms of adaptability of our people. So these are international indicators. And as a consequence of these, many global corporations have chosen Ireland for their European hub, their European, Middle East, Africa hub in many cases. So not only are they here to manage business transactions, but they're also here to innovate, to build technology products. So in IT, in pharma, and in medtech, we see all of these amazing organizations all around us. And Legato is simply the latest to do that in Ireland. So in our team, it's relatively small at this stage. We have 147 people either hired or shortly to join from 25 different countries. And 61% of our team are new Irish and 39% born in Irish, about 35% female, 65% male. So we're quite proud of the diversity of our team, which is indicative of modern Ireland. Modern Ireland is a very open economy, and it thrives because it is open. We really learned how to succeed with that approach. Anyway, to talk about Health 2050 and the path to AI excellence, I'll start by talking about a vision for the future, and then the current reality, and then the path to close that gap between the current reality and the future. So, in 2050, 15% of the world's population will be over 65 years of age, and only 7% under the age of 5. And in fact, over 2 years ago, back in 2019, the world went through an inflection point. In 2019, the number of people older than the age of 65 eclipsed the number under the age of 5 for the first time in our history. So we have already entered a new era when it comes to life expectancy. What it also means is when we look around the world, it means that a child born today in India can expect to live to be 85. And a child born in Ireland today can expect to live to be perhaps 90 to 95. So there's been a huge change in the life expectancy in the world, which is going to continue to advance as we get to the end of this century. And by the end of this century, as a consequence of living longer and declining birth rates happening at the same time, nearly a quarter of the world's population will be over the age of 65. So there's a long-term trend towards global population stability underway with all of this. In 2050, the number one cause of premature death in human beings will be drug-resistant infections from various microbes, viruses, and bacteria. But most of the other causes of death will be well in control. People, unfortunately, will still die before they reach the age of 95, but the reasons, the numbers and the reasons will be very different. But also we have to think about this in relation to a world in which more than just healthcare is changing. So while healthcare is going to massively improve, we are entering an era where there are other serious big megatrends underway. So health is merely one of 6 megatrends, according to the Roland Berger group. So the wider adoption of technology into every aspect of our life is well underway. The impact of global warming on our environment will be more severely visible by 2050, but also society, economics, and politics will have changed as well. So things won't be changing in just one place at a time. So it's quite a complex world we're entering into, and it's difficult to model the interaction of these 6 megatrends. But having said all of that, healthcare is going to be massively more effective in allowing us to all live a long life, a long, healthy life. So rather than just living a long time, live a long and healthy time. The kinds of things that we will see by 2050 will be things like our DNA profile. So we will all have a digital twin, a digital life. So from when we're born right the way through to our elderly years, we will know all about our personal health and about our global health. Patterns in the wider population will be better understood to help us improve our own personal well-being. So our DNA, if we have a particular underlying susceptibility to a particular disease or condition, that will be fully understood and managed. There will also be greater understanding of the connection between diet and exercise and lifelong health. So we'll be in a world of real-time monitoring and pattern recognition. So then you say, well, what about reality of today? Well, chronic disease impacts a very large proportion of the world's population. This is where somebody is living with an underlying condition which is causing them, pain and grief and has to be medically managed. 3/4 of all the global deaths are attributed to chronic disease, and fundamentally caused by 4 key risk factors: alcohol, tobacco, lack of physical activity, and poor nutrition. And in the United States, one of the richest countries in the world, 6 out of every 10 people live with at least one chronic disease, and 4 out of 10 live with 2 or more chronic diseases. So it's quite extraordinary that such a wealthy country could have such serious health issues caused in the main by excessive alcohol use, excessive tobacco use, lack of physical activity, and obesity, poor nutrition. In fact, when it comes to heart disease alone, those risk factors contribute to heart disease, those 4. It costs the US health system over $360 billion per annum. So you can say, well, these are the problems of a rich country. Well, they are, but they're the problems of all countries as all countries continue to develop. So development is not without its hazards when it comes to our personal health. So we need a different approach to health here. And when you then look across the world, if you do a comparison between various countries, if you look at the United States, this is data from 2018 showing that the United States is spending 17.2% of its GDP on health. Well, by 2022, that's now risen to 20%, as I mentioned. An enormous change since 1960. One of my opening points, that it was only 5% back in 1960. So if you look at this list of countries, you can see that while they're all spending less than the US, when you look over time, the percentage is continuing to grow. A greater and greater proportion of each country's GDP is being consumed with spending on healthcare, and a big chunk of that is on chronic conditions caused by the factors I mentioned. And when we have an aging population, people live longer and longer. If they're susceptible to those risk factors, then they're going to have more and more medical interventions the longer they live. So we are in what's called a pre-digital world when it comes to healthcare. We are taking a pre-digital approach generally around the world. We're treating a symptom, not a root cause. We're treating a particular problem, not the entire system of the person. And we're also looking at data in isolation rather than looking at wider diagnosis. So we have what we would call islands of data. And there's no overall view. So problems are treated in isolation, and diagnosis is often hit and miss. You're relying on an individual medical practitioner's knowledge to recognize the problem rather than systemizing that knowledge in a way that more and more people could diagnose in much area. When we then look at the trend, if you look at, again, data from the United States, if you take a baseline of 1960 and look at how wages have increased since 1960 and how gross domestic product has increased and national health expenditure, what you see is that between in the 50 years following 1960, wages in real terms rose by 16%, while the spending on health rose by over 800%. So there's something very strange going on here, that people are not earning, the rate at which people are earning has not increased at the same pace. So therefore, it's becoming more and more, if you like, unaffordable to have healthcare if this trend continues. So something has to change. So in terms of changing it, we have to take an ecosystem view. What we have to do is put the citizen at the center and build our health ecosystem around the patient, rather than building it around the hospital or around the university or around the medical practitioner. This is a world where the citizen is at the center. This is describing a world where we have always-on monitoring, large population pattern recognition is in place, and preventative interventions and targeted care are taking place much, much earlier in the cycle. So instead of having a heart transplant at the age of 70, instead, at the age of 30, the underlying risk was discovered, and the need later in life for heart transplant was therefore eliminated. And in order to do that as well, we have to then think of the different stakeholder groups that are involved here. The health insurance companies, charities, large corporations that make medical equipment or manufacture pharmaceuticals, as well as local authorities and professionals, so that they're operating more and more in harmony. And this then is really talking about taking a framework approach and what Dr. Martin Curley would refer to as a virtuous helix. So by getting commercial organisations and academia and public services to work together with common principles, with a common goal, you get a win-win-win effect, because they're no longer operating in isolation in silos, they're now operating together. Of course, currently, data is disjointed across this ecosystem, which prevents effective analysis and decision making. So the citizen today cannot see their digital health lifecycle data in one place. All of your child and vaccination records, your genome, your DNA, your family health risks, etc. And similarly, we cannot target root causes to limit underlying health issues easily in the absence of a single place with all the data. So in Ireland's healthcare system, the man who leads innovation is Dr. Martin Curley, and he talks about a strategy called Stay Left, Shift Left, 10X. What he's talking about is, if you imagine the process of interacting with the healthcare system as a process that starts at the extreme left and moves all the way to the extreme right. So at the extreme left, you're sitting at home, you're perfectly healthy. At the extreme right, you're in critical care post-operation for heart transplant. So what we have to do is find ways that people don't advance further and further to the right, that we identify much earlier and stop that transitioning into the system, into the healthcare system. And also shift left refers then to moving people back. So instead of, as I mentioned earlier, having the heart attack, why not have it? Would it not be better if it had been diagnosed and perhaps stents could have been used, or even earlier, diet could have been changed? And when we talk about 10X, we're talking about interventions that have a tenfold increase in effectiveness, 10 times faster, 10 times cheaper, 10 times better. So using technology that can help us reimagine how the citizen interacts with the healthcare system, treating people at home, diagnosing earlier, better, more simple, faster, and cheaper. And that therefore is a focus on whole life health. We already do it with our cars. You look at modern cars on the road, when we switch them on, we get more than 30 indicators in real time, red, amber, green. We don't do that ourselves for our own health. So future civilizations will look back at us and wonder, why did those people back in 2022 invest so much energy in understanding their car's health, but put so little energy into understanding their own personal health? So what's really needed is what is called in technology terms a digital twin. So we can see everything about ourselves in the same way we can see everything about our car. So when you look at how cars have advanced, a big area of change with the advance in car technology has been specifically in the area of diagnostics. Whether it's the fuel, the oil, the tires, the temperature, etc., you get to know all those things, and you can then maintain the car if you choose to. You don't have to take action on the indicators, but if you choose to, you have the data, you make the choice. And we have similar indicators available right now for ourselves. When you look at what smart watches can do, and it's only at the very start of a journey with what a smart watch can do. Some of the Apple watches, for example, can measure irregular heartbeat. It can detect even irregular heartbeat. It can tell if you fall over. They can tell if you have problems. And there are similar sensors currently available. They're not available in a way that is necessarily reliable, cheap, usable, and effective, but they are available in different ways, and it simply needs more and more focus and more investment. When we talk then about artificial intelligence, what we're talking about is that by having real-time data, we can then determine what are the models that are there, what are the patterns in the data. And that's really what artificial intelligence is about, being able to predict and prevent health issues, which would otherwise be very difficult to do if we simply relied on human beings to try and figure it out. So the need for a better way. Well, the need is that the world cannot afford the rising cost of health. We also can't afford to have the world shut down time and time again by pandemics. What we need is a way to build a unifying framework that can align and optimize all our investment in this journey to digitize healthcare, or digital well-being as we're calling it. The citizen today cannot easily understand their well-being life cycle, but the technology exists to help us to do that. And that's really where we need to talk about open standards and shared learning. So it's already happening in other sectors. It happens with airlines. So if you take the example of the Boeing Dreamliner, the 777, when that aircraft was designed, it was designed entirely digitally. There was no wind tunnel, there was no clay model. And when they began to mass manufacture that particular aircraft, every component was videoed, all of the critical parameters were captured, the weight, the density, the shape, the size, and then in service, a single flight of a Dreamliner across the Atlantic generates 140 terabytes of data. So that is digital twin in action. And the world's safest airlines are not accidentally the world's safest airlines. It's a deliberate mindset that has changed. So the safest airlines understand the value of digital twin and proactive monitoring and preventative care. And that is appealing to the international passenger to fly on a safe airline and avoid the unsafe airlines. Dr. Sean Ennis at University College Dublin, he talks about lifelong health using a digital twin concept. Europe's largest DNA store is also at UCD, led by a previous project undertaken by Dr. Sean Ennis. But the idea here is to start to take information from that to identify patterns, so that when you combine what you know about your DNA, what you know about real-time indicators, can you then improve your lifelong health in the way that it already happens in the aircraft industry. And devices are continuing to evolve, as I mentioned earlier. We're on the cusp of the introduction of certified medical wearables. So today, no devices are accepted as providing medically certified data. That's a major breakthrough that's coming, in which case we can then avoid having to, wait for data to make a diagnosis. So strategically then, the need is there, but what about a strategy? How to go about this? Well, it starts with a vision of a citizen's health chart. So imagine a world in which every citizen is healthy until 100. A world in which every citizen is proactively cared for to prevent illness. A world in which infectious diseases are rare. A world in which heart disease is rare. Diabetes type 2, Alzheimer's, cancer, arthritis, all rare. A world in which invasive surgery is rare. A world in which organ transplants are rare. Not rare because we can't get the medical experts. Rare because we have eliminated the need. This is a world in which physical injury is rare and mental injury is rare. If that is the world we want, that is a world we can have right now. The technology exists right now to do this. With wearable sensors, with artificial intelligence, with digital twin concepts, we can monitor leading indicators for our digestive system. We can detect infection in an individual. We can accelerate vaccine discovery. We can do all these things right now. One of the reasons we don't do it is because we don't have a unified framework. What we need is a way to put into context the opportunity. We need to have a mechanism that can say, right, a particular healthcare provider is at level 1 or level 2, or maybe an excellent one is at level 5. And we have to define what do we mean by level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we can detect, we can determine where are we today with that. So for example, if we're talking about a particular hospital in Ireland, and we're talking about kidney dialysis care, in that particular hospital, is the kidney dialysis care at level 2, and it needs to be at level 4, how do we close that gap? So a capability maturity framework approach gives us that ability to have that conversation and that comparison locally and globally across an entire healthcare system in a country or across an entire global healthcare system. When we're then looking at the technology and the methods to follow, we can't simply talk about the best practice of 2022. Because by the time we implement, several years have gone by, we have to always think in relation to next practice. We have to be thinking, what are the best ideas that may originate in a local area that can be then communicated globally? This is back to the virtuous helix as well. How do we get academia, healthcare organizations, state agencies and commercial enterprises to think of the best possible 2050? And that's how we will then accelerate the transformation of health. So the next steps, the framework approach, we're already working on this with some voluntary organizations in Ireland. We're looking at the benefit of it, which would you know, there are several benefits. Faster, better decision making, less technical debt, referring to the fact that many times technology is introduced with no future, it gets completely obliterated and replaced with something else. What we want is to have an evolutionary approach so that if you invest in something today, it has value forever. It can be upgraded several times, but it's not going to be thrown away. This framework approach also gives us a way to have a roadmap for digital transformation. So you assess, you're at level 2, you want to be at level 4, how do you get there, over what period of time? And also to constantly assess maturity, the digital maturity of healthcare. It also allows conversations to happen, which are more difficult otherwise, where everybody can agree on the problem. So rather than argue over what is the problem, we can get agreement on, well, what is the problem? We can then argue over the solution, but not to argue over what is the definition of the problem. So to go about this, the first step then is to say, right, start by assessing the maturity of the organisation. Again, if you think of a particular hospital in Ireland providing kidney dialysis care, what is the maturity of that organisation? So we can talk about digital maturity, which relates to AI, but we must also talk about process maturity. You know, what's the A to Z route into the hospital for the particular citizen? Now, I've used the analogy taking in from other sectors. If you think about high-volume electronics, and you think about Intel Corporation, well, on this chart here, Intel will be at level 5. They are using Lean Sigma in their processes, and they are using AI with their technology with Lean Sigma. So it's a win-win. If you don't have process maturity, you can't really get the full value from the technology. They go hand in hand. So most hospitals around the world will be at a level 2 on this chart here. You know, some are at 3, but very, very few will be anything higher than a 3. No matter how much money they throw at it, unless they are looking at it in this way, they can't get the value from their investment. They have to be thinking process maturity and digital maturity at the same time. Again, borrowing the thinking from industry. And only then can you talk about specific AI. So leaving this slide to the very last. What are the different domains for AI? At one level, we're talking about machine learning algorithms, computer vision, speech recognition. This list is ranked in relation to what's the most mature. So ERP optimizing systems will be the most mature in the world. To what is the most far into the future, and quantum computing is at the bottom of the list. And then I'm showing, you know, what ecosystem components benefit most from which particular AI technology. And I've also indicated here the value proposition. So this is the focus on technology, but this only follows the analysis. There's no point in starting with the technology. We have to start with the analysis of maturity. So COVID-19 has exposed weaknesses in our approach to healthcare. 2050 will bring better healthcare enabled by artificial intelligence. And the technology already exists today to deliver better healthcare now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any online participant who wants to question John?
I can't really, could you ask that again? I can't, the audio is quite poor. I couldn't really hear you. Could you try again?
No, actually I was asking to the participants if they have any questions with John.
Okay.
show you our audience over here. Yeah, please you can come a little closer so that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Internet. So thank you.
Question?
Yeah, you need to come.
Yeah, sure. I can. I'm also sorry.
We have one question.
Health insurance about what we're seeing in the patterns. If they want to know, so it's an opt-in, that sort of suggests to a person, look, we don't want to invade your privacy, would you like to know or not? Some people say, I'd like to know, okay, if you'd like to know, but then you're moving in a different way. And what we're also doing is we're shifting our focus from being a health insurance company to becoming a health assurance company. In other words, we become more like a lifelong coach rather than a car insurance company, more a personal interaction. So the individual insurance policy holder is understood by a person who works for us in terms of what are their health challenges, how can we advise them to avoid risk in their health. And then the software is really going to be led by devices. So our software development is going to be very, very device led, like a smartwatch. That's really the way it's going to evolve.
I have another question actually. Most of the Asian countries, they believe in naturopathy. I hope you're aware about this. Yes. Naturopathy, right? So how Ligato, your company is contributing towards this naturopathy, especially for Asian countries?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So we currently operate, so our business customers are all in the United States right now. So it's very much focused on a Western mindset. So, whereas, you know, Ayurveda would be a much wiser way to look at health. So, we talk in our company about, you know, being the change we want to see in others. So, like several of us would practice, like I do, I practice the principles of, you know, the full health of a person and avoid substances that we know are poisonous. We know certain causes of health, so we should avoid them. I think that ancient wisdom is going to make a big impact on health. It's almost like as we advance more and more with technology, we should also read more and more of the ancient texts to say, right, you know, there's an ancient framework here that technology can sit very comfortably with. So there is no conflict, I think, in the principles. I think they are fully compatible.
Thank you so much. Any more questions from the audiences?
Thank you.
Thank you, John. So we'll meet soon again.
Thank you, yes, take care, and thanks. I hope the rest of the event is going well. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Now we are going to facilitate our co-organizers and...
Unmute your mic because that might be not audible to the...
No, actually we are live also, so I have muted from here. Yeah. So we'll facilitate our co-organizers and the sponsors. I request Dr. S.M. Bush sir and the dignitaries from here please, and so that we can facilitate. Our co-organizers, Dr. C.V. Raman, University Bilaspur, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Yadav and Dr. Satish Kumar Yadav. आप इनको फैसिलिटेट कर लीजिए, फिर हम आपको
So you want to say something about the college? I know about the college के बारे में, so that they will also let you know about the college.
So we are having with us Ashutosh, right? Dr. Ashutosh Shukla sir, who is chairman of Gracious Group of Colleges, Raipur. We would like to share some points about his college. So please.
आशुतोष शुक्ला ग्रेसियस ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट रायपुर में है, जहाँ हम बेसिकली नर्सिंग, फार्मेसी, एजुकेशन एंड स्कूल्स हैं हमारे, और नर्सिंग से हमने शुरुआत करी थी कॉलेज की, और छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारा नर्सिंग कॉलेज आई थिंक नंबर 1 में रैंकिंग में है, जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा प्लेसमेंट और अब्रॉड्स में भी हमारे बच्चे पूरे प्लेस्ड हैं। तो छत्तीसगढ़ में सबसे ज़्यादा जो एडमिशन के लिए डिमांड रहती है वो हमारे कॉलेज में रहती है, क्योंकि हम लोग उनको जो स्किल देते हैं वो मेकाहारा गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज में देते हैं, और एजुकेशन में अभी हम लोग ने रिसर्च सेंटर का हमको परमिशन वो हुआ है, तो हमारे यहाँ भी अब PhD और ये सब होंगे, और इतने अच्छे आयोजन में आप लोग ने सब शामिल किया, आप लोग शामिल हो इसके लिए
आइए आपको फैसिलिटेट करना है। तो मैडम आप लोग भी आ जाए, या ऊपर डायस में आ जाओ, आप लोग सर आप लोग
मैम
आप रहिए डायस में।
हाँ, आप
C.V. Raman University.
Dr. C.V. Raman University, representatives from these are. Dr. Avdesh Patel from Samadhan College.
आप लोगों के लिए 4 सेट है
लाइब्रेरी के लिए
आप उसको थोड़ा सा हाँ क्योंकि CBR एक्चुअली को-ऑर्गेनाइजर तो इसको थोड़ा सा खींच लें यहाँ समाधान कॉलेज आप लोग कुछ कहना है और C.V. Raman यूनिवर्सिटी आप आए C.V. Raman के लिए पहले बोलिए चलिए मैं आपको बता ना स्पीक समथिंग
थैंक यू सो मच। आप सभी को बहुत सारा आभार। हमारी ट्रेन जो कि 7 घंटा लेट थी तो हम बिगिनिंग से नहीं पहुँच पाए थे। मैं डॉक्टर राकेश कुमार यादव, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, डॉक्टर C.V. रमन यूनिवर्सिटी करगी रोड कोटा बिलासपुर। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी जो है 2006 से शुरू हुई और इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शन से स्टार्ट होने के बाद आज 32 डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं और रिसर्च प्रोग्राम भी हमारे यहाँ चलते हैं और फार्मेसी भी है और सारे कोर्सेज मतलब लगभग सभी हैं। तो यहाँ को-ऑर्गेनाइजर के रूप में आकर के मुझे बहुत अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू बहुत सर।
आप लोग लेट आए करके सुबह का जो सेशन था वो मिस कर गए आप
Dr. Avdesh Patel from Samadhan College, Vimitra.
ये लाइट आ रही है ब्लू लाइट
Hello?
Yeah.
You can hear me, right? Hello? Hello?
Hello. Jivantika, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So, we have with us Jivantika Ningalwar. She's working with Microsoft in Ireland. So, she will be our next speaker now. Jivantika, over to you. You can start your presentation.
Hi everyone. Let me just share my screen. Can you see this?
No, Jinamika, wait. John, are you listening to me? Kindly close your presentation if you are there. Yeah, Jinamika, now we can see your presentation.
So you can see this, right?
Yeah.
So hi everyone, good morning. My name is Jibantika and I am the Cloud Solution Architect in Microsoft. Also the founder of International Women in Tech that I run here in Ireland with a crowd of more than 4,300 members. I am a I do play a stretch role in sustainability as well in Microsoft, working with our partners, helping them create a sustainable solution within their organization and be more sustainable towards the society. So, thank you again, everybody, for having me here. It's a pleasure to be talking on sustainability. And today, I would like to discuss more about the technologies and sustainable development and why we think it is so important for us to learn about. But before that, I know we all know about sustainable development, but just to be in the rhythm, when we talk about sustainable development, it's more about a development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The sustainable goals, such as the current UN level SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals, addresses the global challenges including poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, justice, economy, etc. So, as you can see here, these are the 17 sustainable UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are currently being addressed. And it has been argued that there is no such thing as sustainable use of non-renewable resources as well. So, sustainable development can be thought of in terms of three spheres, as you can see here, dimensions, or you can also call as domain or pillars, which is environment, social, and economic. When we talk about environmental sustainability concerns the natural environment and how it endures that remains diverse and productive. Since the natural resources are derived from the environment, the state of air, water, and climate is so particular concern. Environmental sustainability requires society, that is us, to design activities to meet human needs while preserving the life support system of this planet. For example, using water sustainability, using renewable energy and sustainable material supplies, that is for harvesting food from forests at a rate that maintains the biomass and biodiversity. When we talk about economy, it has been suggested that because of rural poverty and overexploitation, environmental resources should be treated as important economic assets, which we also call as natural capital. According to ecological economist Monty Fiber, ecological economics is defined by its focus on nature, the justice, and time. Now, there are some global issues, and how can we bring more sustainable solutions towards it? We are all working on social solutions, sustainable solutions to bring out for these global issues. But what are the global issues? So, global issues are significant issues involving most of all of the earth. Social issues, on the other hand, involve only a single specific location or geographic region. Most global issues affect people locally all over the world. So, any issues is likely to be global if it persists or is long lasting. So occurs across national and regional boundaries, affects large number of people, or is an underlying cause of events, is connected to other issues that meet these criteria. So these are some of the global issues that we are facing as a challenge, and we are also addressing it. Now, what are some of the global issues you have read or heard about? One of it is climate change. So when we talk about climate change as a global issue, climate change is a good example of a global issue. Climate change is a result of both the natural and the human induced factors as well. Natural events such as volcanic eruptions and various other activities can also contribute to climate change. Now, there is one major way that humans contribute to climate change is through activities that release greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide. There is something called as the seventh generation sustainability. Now, what does that mean? Means that we meet our own needs without limiting the ability of people in the future to meet their needs. The seventh generation viewpoint of Native American is a good example of what sustainability is all about. This viewpoint requires that tribal leaders consider the effects of their actions on their descendants through the next seven generation. Finding sustainable solution for climate change, sustainable solution to problems that people are facing today, not only deal with present challenges but also consider the well-being of future generation. Now, there is one really interesting area that I would like to talk about in terms of sustainable future. I know John mentioned in one of his slides about quantum computing and AI. So, for those who are not aware of the term, quantum computing is the use of quantum phenomena with the two main phenomena that is called superposition and entanglement to perform any computational task. Now, our unlike our classical computers that works on bits, giving an output of 0 or 1, quantum computers works on qubits and produces an output of 0 and 1, so which is also called as superposition. Microsoft and Google are doing massive amount of work in quantum computing. Recently, Google achieved quantum supremacy. So, what is quantum supremacy? Using 54 qubits, Google's computer was able to solve a complete computational problem in 3 minutes, 20 seconds, which would have taken 10,000 years by a normal traditional computer. And Microsoft are building on decades of quantum research and scalable enterprise cloud offering. It is a complete solution that gives you the freedom to create your own paths to scalable quantum computing. Quantum, you might all know about Azure Cloud Computing. So, Azure Quantum is something that is also your entry point to integrate quantum inspired optimization running on classical Azure hardware or immediate results. So, there are a couple of related discoveries to quantum. That is, we also have heard about parallel universe or multiverse, quantum teleportation, that in layman terms is called as time travel, which in theory is possible at the moment, but the practicality of time traveling, and there are some conspiracies that says that there has been human time travel that has been made possible, that has been seen, but nobody has a proof of it at the moment. But quantum computing can be something that could be relevant. Sorry, can you please mute if anybody is on because there's a lot of noise coming out. So, few things everyone should know about quantum. Everybody, not only just the experts, but I think everyone should have a little bit understanding on what actually is quantum and what are the related terms to it. So, quantum computers can also solve problems which are impossible to solve via traditional computers or would take billion years to do so. Quantum computers can change the whole concept of data security. Root optimization problem can be solved by using QC. QC needs code environment. One of the companies that is D-Waves, they have the quantum computer kept inside minus 460 degrees Fahrenheit. Companies like Google, NASA uses D-Wave quantum computers, and several algorithms have been already in use with the help of quantum computers. So these are a couple of realities that you should know about quantum computing before going to the deep extent of what actually quantum computing is. So coming back to sustainability and how quantum computing could beat the challenge that we have, which is climate change. Now, advance in quantum computing could help us simulate large complex molecules. These simulations could uncover new catalyst carbon capture that are cheaper and more efficient than our current models. We can currently simulate more molecules up to maybe a few dozen qubits, but need to scale this to an order of 1 million. Imagine being able to cheaply and easily suck carbon directly out of our atmosphere. Such a capability would be hugely powerful in the fight against climate change and advances towards the ambitious global climate uh, or the global climate goals set. To tackle climate change effectively, the world must become carbon neutral, which I think every organization is working on at the moment by the end of the century. And for that, we need to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Now, what does AI play a role in achieving the sustainable development goal? We all know what artificial intelligence is and the capabilities of artificial intelligence is. But are we also looking at how AI and technologies like AI are helping achieve sustainable development goals? So, to talk about a little bit AI and what wonders it could do for sustainable development, we all know how AI is changing the world. And when we talk about AI for sustainable development, there are two critical bottlenecks that we will need to be overcome: problems with data accessibility and a chronic shortage of talent able to prove AI capabilities, improve models, and implement solutions. AI is not a silver bullet for all humanity's problem, but it has the potential to be a formidable tool in the toolkit. For that to happen, we need to encourage the development of applications and push for them to use at scale, to be used at scale in a responsible and a very thoughtful manner. Now, artificial intelligence is a strong potential for solving global challenge, and the field of AI has accelerated rapidly since 2010, the 2010 year. It has only been, I think, 8 years since the modern era of deep learning began at the 20, 2014. Imagine that competition. Now, progress in the AI field since then has been breathtaking and relentless, driven by the growing availability of large data sets being generated in all areas, including agriculture, education, human health, commerce, communication, which is also carried by continued advances in computational power, and that's when we talk about quantum computing, and the development of better machine learning algorithms and techniques. Today, we have less than 10 years to achieve the SDGs and for the development practitioners and beneficiaries. For example, the Child Root Monitor uses machine learning algorithms to reliably detect malnutrition and further improve their performance as more data is collected. But processing such data and algorithm locally on smartphone and not on the cloud could be useful in developing countries and contexts where internet access is very low and very limited. And it can also help improve privacy protections. Hence, artificial intelligence can fill gaps in information, identity patterns, relationship, and help foresee risk and opportunities that might be left unseen. It can contribute to enhancing knowledge and situational awareness as well. So, when we are assessing new technologies, we must remember first and foremost that sustainability cannot be prescribed or considered only after the finished technology has been established. This is not a medical prescription that everybody has to be given. That this is a problem. This is a sustainability prescription that you have to work on. No, but this is more of a fundamental criteria for sustainability that it must be considered as early as possible in the development of new technologies. So there are many aspects that we all can leverage today and work towards sustainability, and we are all working as an individual, but as an organization as well, like John's organization, who are doing so much in the healthcare industries with sustainable drinking, sustainability, achieving those sustainable development goals, like Microsoft Microsoft are doing so many things in sustainability. And so are many other companies and small organizations are working on achieving this SDGs. It is important as well for us as an individual to work towards this, towards climate change, toward poverty, toward economy, and make the world more sustainable and make it more simpler and better to live in. So thank you. I am just gonna end this here. Thank you all for listening, and it has been always a pleasure to be in Progress Foundation, and today as well, it's a huge pleasure to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Jivantika. Any questions from the online audience? Jivantika, our audience would like to see you. How you look from Ireland.
Sorry, I think my camera isn't working. It's all black screen when I turned it on.
Okay, no issues. So thank you, Jivantika. It was a pleasure. And we'll connect soon again.
Thank you so much. It was really an honor to be here. All the best, everybody, for the next sessions, and good luck for the whole event. Thank you.
So we can 5 minutes break, and then
One presentation is ready.
So offline should and call.
Yes.
So we are having our last presentation for today, Mr. Manish Rao Ghate. I request Manish to come and give his presentation.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Manish Gage from Maths University, Raipur, and I'm going to present this topic, Agriculture's Sentiment Analysis on Organic Farming using Machine Learning. This is the outline. Hello, am I audible? What is the motivation behind this choosing this topic? Actually, I was looking for previous papers about sentiment analysis, and I found that most of the work in sentiment analysis is based on English language, and data set they use mostly is movie review database. So sentiment analysis is the part of artificial intelligence, which is subset of NLP, natural language processing. So I was looking for some data for agriculture domain, and luckily I collaborate with editornow.com, and they provided me data on organic farming, and they work in MP and Chhattisgarh region. So they collected review on organic farming from the present their views in their local. So I collected total 5,361 total comments. There is some mistake in this. Though, so data is in this format, like it is mixed in Hindi, Chhattisgarhi and English. Some words are English also, but mostly comment are in Devanagari Lipi. So, like here is the example of a few sentences. Like जैविक खेती से मैं बहुत खुश हूँ. This is in Chhattisgarhi, and mostly in social media and website people use some extra words like url and hashtags. So first of all, I have done data processing for this job, and I just removed URLs and special characters, hashtags, and I've also convert some slangs into meaningful words, like na is nahi, ka means kya, hash kisan is converted to kisan. It's a छत्तीसगढ़ी में का बोलते हैं ना, यस या क्या, और चुप करना, तो उसमें एक्स्ट्रा कैरेक्टर्स लोग डालते हैं, हंसने के लिए हा डालते हैं. तो ये सारी चीज़ मुझे हटानी थी उसमें से. सो डेटा क्लीनिंग के बाद ये कुछ डेटा इस टाइप से दिख रहा है. और इसके बाद हमको मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल में डेटा पास करने के लिए टोकनाइजेशन करना पड़ता है. जैसे स्टेटमेंट है मैं आज बहुत खुश हूँ, तो ये एज इट इज़ हम पास नहीं कर सकते मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल में. इसको हमको मैं आज बहुत खुश अलग अलग एज अ टोकन पास करना पड़ता है. तो ये टोकनाइजेशन करने के बाद जो पॉजिटिव रिव्यूज़ आए हैं वो 1829 है, नेगेटिव रिव्यूज़ 3532 है. ये एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के लिए मैंने नेव बायस जो एल्गोरिथम होता है उसका क्लासिफायर यूज़ किया है, और 90% डेटा को एज अ टेस्ट डेटा, 90% को ट्रेनिंग डेटा लिया है और 10% को टेस्ट डेटा लिया हुआ है. और इसमें मुझे 80% एक्यूरेसी मिली है इस क्लासिफायर के साथ. इसमें इस फील्ड में काफ़ी काम बचा हुआ है जो मैंने अभी फाइंड आउट किया है. एक तो डेटा सेट जो है बड़ा होना चाहिए, तो मशीन लर्निंग ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव होगी. दूसरा, हम इसमें डीप लर्निंग के एल्गोरिथम चला के और जो है एक्यूरेसी वो इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं. अभी मैंने नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव सेंटिमेंट के ही लिया है. फर्दर मैं इसमें न्यूट्रल क्लास भी, जो कई जो होते हैं न्यूट्रल भी होते हैं कमेंट्स, तो वो भी इसमें इंक्लूड करना चाहूँगा. जी, एक ऑनलाइन सर्वे हुआ है, उसमें ये डेटा कमेंट्स निकल के हैं ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग पे. ये एक न्यूज़ साइट है एडिटोरियल नाउ करके, editorialnow.com. जी, वो ऑनलाइन सर्वे उनकी साइट अच्छी चलती है MP छत्तीसगढ़ रीजन में, और वो न्यूज़पेपर भी हैं जो पब्लिश होते हैं.
इस टाइप के डेटा को रिसर्च में क्रेडिबिलिटी के साथ यूज कर सकते हैं. जब तक हम स्टैंडर्ड टूल ना यूज करें, इगन वैल्यू ना निकालें, कई सेंटेंस को हमें निकालना पड़ेगा जो रियली इम्पैक्टफुल सेंटेंस हो हमको रखना पड़ेगा.
जी,
ये हमारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट रिलायबल नहीं है, वैलिड नहीं है. हाउ कैन वी गो अबाउट?
एक्चुअली सर डेटा मिलते नहीं हैं, हिंदी कमेंट्स के डेटा मिलना बड़ा मुश्किल है. जिन्होंने दिया हुआ है अभी और काम कर रहे हैं इस पर, जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि कैसे रिलायबल होगा, तो इसके लिए या तो पर्सन टू पर्सन कलेक्ट करना तो पॉसिबल नहीं. और मेरा जो एरिया है सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस, एक्चुअली सोशल मीडिया से ही डाटा लेके ही उस पर काम होता है।
हमारे कंसर्न में सोशल मीडिया क्रेडिबिलिटी रिलायबिलिटी आज क्या है सभी जानते हैं। अनफॉर्चुनेटली या फॉर्चुनेटली ये रिसर्च तो एक फैक्ट फाइंडिंग मिशन है जो ट्रुथ को उजागर करता है। तो इसमें हम अभी आप देखिए सोशल मीडिया पर किस तरह का एक बार डेटा आता है मुझे 100% फेक न्यूज, लेकिन उसको ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट किया जाता है कि शायद ये हरिश्चंद्र के बाद यही उसको सही डेटा बता रहे हैं। माय ओनली कंसर्न इज व्हेन द रिसर्च ये चीज़ आपको पिंच नहीं की, हर्ट नहीं की, उसने आपको बॉदर नहीं किया कि जिस पर मैं रिलाई कर रहा हूँ आर दे रियली रिलायबल।
एक्चुअली सर मेरा कंसर्न आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे है, अपने सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस पे, उस पार्ट पे नहीं है कि फार्मर्स क्या सोचते हैं ये प्रूव नहीं करना चाहता हूँ मैं चाहता हूँ कि कोई भी कंटेंट आए सोशल मीडिया में उसको मेरा मॉडल प्रेडिक्ट कर सके कि वो पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव।
I would like to add something to what sir is saying. पहला जो है कि आपका जो टॉपिक है एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट सेंटिमेंट्स एंड लर्निंग एंड समथिंग लाइक दैट। सो इसमें जो मेन जो मुझे एक ड्रॉबैक जो नजर आ रही है वो है लैंग्वेज बैरियर। यू चोज छत्तीसगढ़ी कम हिंदी काइंड ऑफ लैंग्वेज। Firstly, Chhattisgarh is not a language; it is a boli. So we do not have any particular kind of lipi for it. Devanagari lipi is only for Hindi, right?
No, but it is a Rajbhasha, ma'am, of the state.
मैं लिपि की बात कर रही हूँ। मराठी की भी एक लिपि होती है, तमिल की जो भी वो साउथ की लैंग्वेज है सबकी एक लिपि होती है।
मराठी की
लिपि नहीं है। So अगर आप इस टाइप की डेटा आप कैप्चर करते हैं, irrespective of आप डोर टू डोर जाके चेक लें या फिर किसी मीडिया पर्सन से लें, बट आप जब तक वो आपकी फर्स्ट बैरियर जो जहाँ पे आपकी प्रोग्रेस को रोकेगी वो लिपि है। फर्स्ट थिंग आप कितने भी आइटरेशंस लगा लें अपने सॉफ्टवेयर में, कितने भी जो आपने जो हश और जो चीज़ें लगाई वो आपको ये लैंग्वेज बैरियर हमेशा आएगी। अभी आपके पास तीन या चार चीज़ें थी जो आपने हमें दिखा पाई, बट when you go deep into the boli of Chhattisgarh, you will find that hell lot of, I mean, there are many n number of things which you need to correct at every step. बहुत सारी जो बातें हमें भी नहीं पता। आप किसी ठेठ 90 साल के बुजुर्ग से बात करिए, उसकी बातें कुछ और होंगी। सेकेंड थिंग इज दैट आपने सिर्फ नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव सेंटिमेंट्स जो लिया है वो जैसे सर ने बताया मीडिया पर्सन इसको मैनिपुलेट करता है, राइट? सो आपको इसमें अपना थोड़ा योगदान ज़्यादा देना पड़ेगा।
मीडिया पर्सन को आम आदमी के सेंटिमेंट के साथ प्ले करता है, इस पे कैसे देखते हैं?
यस, क्योंकि इट्स ओनली अ नेगेटिव एंड पॉजिटिव सेंटिमेंट्स यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट।
एक्चुअली सर इस एरिया में लोग इसलिए काम नहीं करते हैं कि डेटा सेट अवेलेबल नहीं है और कोई करना नहीं चाहता है। चैलेंजेस हैं, जब तक ये रिसर्च हम आगे नहीं करेंगे और भी लोग नहीं करने आएंगे इस पे।
जब आपके पास डेटा सेट नहीं होते हैं तो ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज होता है कि यू क्रिएट योर ओन डेटा, यू बिकम द इनोवेटर इन दैट फील्ड, राइट? तो आप खुद क्यों नहीं अपने आप को एक इसमें एक अपना बताए कि हाँ वर्चस्व स्थापित करें, मैंने ये काम किया, मैंने स्टार्ट किया। छत्तीसगढ़ में एग्रीकल्चर के सेंटिमेंट्स मतलब 90% और अराउंड 80% वहाँ पे लोग एग्रीकल्चर या फार्मिंग से एसोसिएटेड है, राइट? तो आपके पास तो डेटा सेट की वैसी कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए। ओनली थिंग इज आपके पास बैरियर जो है वो लैंग्वेज का है या बोली की है, और दूसरी बात यू डिड नॉट अप्रोच द कॉमन पीपल। आप अपने से नहीं अप्रोच किए, यू बिलीव somebody else or someone else or like that. Only two things I could notice from your work till now.
जी मैम, थैंक यू आपके सजेशन के लिए। बट मुझे सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस के लिए जो अप्लाई होता है वो मोस्टली सोशल मीडिया के डेटा पे ही होता है। डोर टू डोर डेटा तो एग्जांपल भी मुझे वैसे ही लेना पड़ेगा।
सर जो कहना चाह रहे हैं आपको, बेसिकली अगर आप एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड से ही बिलोंग करते हैं तो आपको अपनी जो वेबसाइट पे जहाँ पर आप अपने प्रोडक्ट हैं, अपने फार्मर से आप जो व्यू ले रहे हैं ना, वो आपको एक्चुअल डेटा कलेक्ट करना है।
कलेक्शन भी मुझे
वो आपको करना है। इवन जैसे मैडम बोल रही थी जो छत्तीसगढ़ी की बात है, तो आप अपनी उसकी खुद की डिक्शनरी प्रिपेयर करिए, ताकि क्या होगा कि वो कंटेंट आपका अपना रहेगा और फिर वो एक्चुअल आपका वर्क दिखेगा कि ये हमारी प्रॉपर सोर्सेस है, हमारा प्राइमरी सोर्सेस, हमारी ये वेबसाइट जो हमारी खुद की है, आपकी अपनी जो वेबसाइट है आपके एग्रीकल्चर की, वो आपका एक्चुअल डेटा होगा जो मैडम कहना चाह रही है सर कहना, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया पे आप जाएंगे तो वहाँ से आपको एक्चुअल डेटा नहीं मिलेगा, राइट?
Your work is really eye-opening, would be eye-opening for all the belong to agriculture rights, but थोड़ा approach change करना चाहिए, ठीक है?
Thank you.
How many persons of population is using or doing the organic farm?
सर ये मैं नहीं बता पाऊँगा सर, क्योंकि
आपके विलेज में, आपके
मोस्टली सर करते हैं जो लोग, जहाँ तक मुझे पर्सनल वो पता है कि लोग अपने खाने के लिए तो ऑर्गेनिक करते हैं, और जो मार्केट में बेचना होता है वो सिंपली जो इजीली हो जाए ऐसा होता है।
तो देखिए सर, मैं आपका 10 लोग 100 लोग
जी जी जी, थैंक यू सर।
इसमें आप कुछ केसेस का केस स्टडी लेके भी करते हैं, वो भी करते हैं, वंडरफुल स्टडी।
ठीक है सर, मैं नोट कर लेता हूँ। और कोई क्वेश्चन?
सारे जितने भी हैं जिनके पास सर्टिफिकेट है वो आ जाएंगे इधर, हम लोग एक अच्छी ग्रुप फोटो भी ले सकते
आप ही हमने बहुत ध्यान से सर्च मेरे पास आपको
समझा नहीं पाया।
You should be grateful that you got a comment from
जिसने 17 PhD को रिजेक्ट किया और उसको कई यूनिवर्सिटी ने ब्लैकलिस्ट कर दिया कि इस बंदे के पास डॉक्टरेट भी भेजना था। ये तो बाल काम निकालता है। मैंने इसमें कहा कि यदि ये स्कॉलर समझ नहीं पा रहा है, यूनिवर्सिटी समझ पा रहा है, स्कॉलर को मेरे पास भेज दीजिए, मैं उसको बता दूंगा। मैंने कहा तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट सीनियर एडवोकेट, मैं कहा ये आर्गुमेंट कैसे करता हूँ, इसके तो कोई भी सेंटेंस क्लियर नहीं है, नाइदर दिस वे नॉट दिस वे। एनीवे, मेरे से रिजेक्ट होने के बाद किसी के पास गया, श्रद्धा सुमन कुछ उसने अर्पित किए और उसके बाद धड़ाधड़ PhD अवार्ड। उसके बाद वो बंदा मुझे मिला किसी के साथ, तो सर आपने जो इस कंटेंट का सत्यानाश कर दिया था, मेरे पास आए, मेरा दिल बहुत बड़ा था, मैं अध्यापक हूँ, मैंने इसकी मदद की और देखिए डॉक्टरेट है, वहाँ से मैं शर्मिंदा हूँ आपके लिए भी उसके लिए। एनीवे, सो नाइस ऑफ यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच, लेकिन काम अच्छा करो, मजा आए।
एक्चुअली अभी स्टार्टिंग है सर, तो
आपने एक्चुअली एग्रीकल्चर जो चूज किया है, ये नो कि जो GDP ग्रोथ है मेनली एग्रीकल्चर पे डिपेंड करती है, तो आपका ये जो काम है आगे जाके GDP को एनालिसिस करने में या उसकी ग्रोथ इंप्रूवमेंट लाने में एक बहुत बड़ा कदम हो सकती है। सो और छत्तीसगढ़ तो बहुत बड़ी एग्रीकल्चर स्टेट है, सो आपको कोई डेटा सेट की कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं होनी चाहिए।
ऑनलाइन में ये स्लिप भी मैं नहीं मिलता है।
हाँ, थोड़ा आपको एफर्ट अप्रोच थोड़ा इग्नोर करना पड़ेगा।
90% PhD करने के बाद रिसर्च एक बार होगी किसी तरह छोड़ देंगे, तो उम्मीद करेंगे आप आगे आइए और अच्छा करेंगे। बहुत खुशी बढ़ाना हो गया
सर, एक
बंद है आपका है, मुझे किसी ने दिया
ऑर्गेनाइजर के स्पेलिंग
सब बैठ जाइए। सर बैठ जाइए।
ठीक है, अनुराग इधर हाँ, तुम इधर
Look here. Wait, sir. Okay, yeah. Smile. Yeah. Thank you.
हाँ जी
अच्छा वोट ऑफ थैंक्स है क्या वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा वोट ऑफ थैंक्स लास्ट
ठीक है
घोष सर Now we'd like to facilitate our guests who have given their immense time.
We can have Dr. C.V. Raman sir, yes, from, they will come along.
अरे ये बंद कर देना ट्रेन लेट होने का भी बन गया तो बेटर आप स्टेशन में रहते
I request Dr. Kamlesh sir and Sandhya ma'am, please. Now we would love to facilitate you also.
Clapping is very simple.
Okay, so I'll just take 1 minute to extend my gratitude to everyone. I'm Shubhangi. I'm co-founder of Sustainable India along with Meenakshi. So, Sustainable India being an initiative of Sri Aurobindo Yoga and Knowledge Foundation, which is a socio-spiritual initiative, we believe that clear ecology can be established outside only when we establish the clear ecology in our heart. So with that, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the volunteers for sparing time on Sunday and to Divya especially for being with us from the morning, and to everyone for sharing the special time with us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Vande Mataram to all from Team Sustainable India, Sri Aurobindo Yoga and Knowledge Foundation. Thank you.
क्या क्या करना है रिकॉर्डिंग
मैं तो इनके साथ हमेशा मिलते किया था, मैं साइड में खड़े हो जा रहा हूँ। आप
थैंक यू वेरी मच। विजय बाबा।
हो गया? हाँ जी रिकॉर्डिंग करूँगा।
देख रहा था